let's go. Come on in, turn it up, get in your zone. Light it up, colorful, make it your own. Brand new bounce on a brand new flow. It's a new world. It's a new world. Open up, get a dream. Make it magic. What do you see?
What can I see?
It's a new world. It's a new world. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Connect. All right. We have a lot of stuff to show you. So we're going to get through this pretty quickly. You know, it's been a busy year. It's been an exciting year, but it's been a very busy year. You know, a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about for a long time, right? Glasses, mixed reality, AI, it's happening. And you know, we can start to see how the future of computing and the future of human connection are going to look. And it's pretty awesome. So with that, let's jump right in. This is the new MetaQuest 3S. High quality mixed reality for $299. Hell yeah. I've been waiting for this one for a long time. You know, when we built Quest 3, we delivered the first high-quality mainstream mixed reality experience where you can see the world around you, you can reach out and touch digital things as if they're right there. Quest 3 is the best mixed reality device that you can buy today, and I am really proud of it. But we don't just innovate to advance the state of the art. We also build technology and innovate to bring the future to everyone. And we've been working on bringing the Quest 3 family to a lot more people. Quest 3S has the same defining features as Quest 3, high resolution, color, mixed reality, powered by the same processor, vivid pass-through, hand tracking, feels natural, touch plus controllers for precision. You get the full range of experiences from HorizonOS, gaming, social, fitness, watching videos, productivity, and more. You know, we optimized the whole system a lot. We swapped out the pancake lenses for Fresnel's, and with all of that, we were able to drop the price by $200. Now, in the past year, we've made so many improvements and optimizations to the technical stack, to the effective resolution, to the latency, to a lot more, that all of the things that I just mentioned, mixed reality, hand tracking software, is actually better in Quest 3S at $299 today than it was in Quest 3 when we launched it a year ago. And of course, all of those software improvements have flowed through to the Quest 3 2 to make it even better. So the bottom line here is that Quest 3 is the best family of mixed reality devices out there, period. So whether you're looking to get started with the base Quest 3S, or if you want the top-of-the-line Quest 3 with 512 gigabytes and 4K displays, which is now just $499, the Quest 3 family, it's not just the best value, it is the best product available. All right, now let's check out how good this pass-through really is. We got my friend Kenny back again, wearing the 3S. Everything you're going to see up here is streamed from his headset live. This is what he is seeing. Yeah, it's sharp. All right, Kenny, what do we got? All right, now the first thing that you can see is that we have expanded the quality, the volume of content massively. Yeah, sorry to the dude next to him. Live demo artifact. All right. You can now run everything from 2D mobile apps to remote desktop for PC to fully immersive experiences all on one device. You can open screens, you can put them anywhere around you, you can have pretty much as many of them running as you want. You can put one on a wall if you want. I'm not sure if there's a wall that's in a close enough range that you can show. It happens. There you go. I can't tell you how many times Kenny has practiced this. All right. Anyway, you got movies playing. I don't know where we are in the demo at this point, but the bottom line, I think we're at theater mode. All right, so for the best watching experience, you can take any of the screens, you can blow it up into a cinema screen that fills the whole space. It's great for watching Netflix. You got Amazon Prime Video, YouTube, the new Twitch app. You can bring it anywhere you go. And you've got a giant screen that you can take anywhere. It's great for Xbox Cloud Gaming too. You get access to all these different titles wherever you are. And with spatial audio on Quest, wherever you place the apps, that is where the sound is going to come from. Dolby Atmos is coming to Quest, so now you're going to be able to watch movies in full surround. It is pretty neat. And we have also rebuilt all of our social apps for mixed reality too. We've got all new Instagram and Facebook experiences to bring your feeds and your reels with you into mixed reality, a really nice interface so you can lean back, enjoy your content on nice big screens. And there's a bunch more too. All right, we've been working with Microsoft to upgrade remote desktop soon. So now you're going to be able to easily connect to any Windows 11 PC. You just look at the keyboard and it'll start pairing. So if you want to work on a giant virtual display or a bunch of virtual displays, or if you want to work on your projects without distractions or with other people, Quest is going to be able to be a natural extension of your PC. So this is the path to building a general computing platform, where it's not just games, although it's really good at that. You're also going to be able to use it for apps and watching videos and doing all of the different things that you would do with a general purpose computer. Quest is the full package. Now, we also keep improving the social experience in Horizon because, it's kind of our thing, right? And because a lot of the magic in mixed reality is, you have this technology that lets you feel this sense of presence. It's different from every other computing platform that has ever been built before. And it's different from anything that any other platform can provide. All right, so look, now you can easily play a game, you can go to a concert, you can go to a virtual world together, and now you're also going to be able to easily move between these experiences by stepping through these portals. And we're introducing this. It's a new kind of primitive that we think is going to become kind of like the equivalent of a hyperlink in the metaverse. So we think that that's going to be a neat way to just jump around, and developers are going to be and creators are going to be able to add them to all these different spaces. And as you can see, we've also taken a step forward with the avatars. They're much better. More on that in a second. And you'll also be able to show up in more places with your avatars, including this YouTube co-watching, which is rolling out in beta next week, thanks to our friends at Google. All right. We are also working to bring photorealistic avatars into the metaverse. We've been talking about that a bunch, but today I actually want to show you something completely new. We're also bringing photorealistic spaces to the metaverse. And we call this Hyperscape. And the way this works is you can use your phone to scan a room and then recreate it, or you can step into a room that someone else has scanned and shared. So this one is Daniel Arsham's studio space. Let's look at another one. We've got, I think this one is the studio, I think, where Green Day recorded Dookie. And we can deliver this experience on standalone headsets, Quest 3 and Quest 3S. In fact, I encourage you to go download the Horizon Hyperscape beta app in the US and try it out yourself today. It's pretty wild, and we're planning on just adding more and more over time. I think it's really neat. All right, now of course there's gaming. So we got some really good ones coming, showing off what the Quest 3 family can do. Batman Arkham Shadow up here. Exclusively on the Quest 3 family. It's going to be included in any purchase of a Quest 3 or 3S that you buy this fall. Yeah, I think this one's going to be really good. We've also got other titles coming. Triangle Strategy from Square Enix, and Just Dance, Welcome to Dance City. It's going to be awesome in VR. All right, for the fitness crew, we also just rolled out group workouts with Supernatural together, so you're going to want to check this out. All right, so lots of great experiences, a lot more coming soon. That is the Quest 3 family lineup, the best mixed reality experience, now with Quest 3S, starting at $299. Pre-orders open today, and it's shipping on October 15th. Let's talk about AI. All right, so there is a lot of exciting stuff going on in AI, and we've got a lot of updates to talk about today. AI agents, creative tools, Llama, how this all intersects with our work on glasses and building future computing platforms. One of the simplest cases for AI use cases is your AI assistant, right? That basically you can use to answer any question and create content. And Meta AI differentiates itself in this category by not just offering state-of-the-art AI models, but also unlimited access to those models for free, integrated easily into our different products and apps. So Meta AI is on track to being the most used AI assistant in the world by the end of this year. In fact, it's probably already there, right? We're almost at 500 million monthly actives, and we haven't even launched in some of the bigger countries yet, so we're getting there. And today, we're making Meta AI even smarter with our new open source Llama 3.2 models. And I'm going to get into more details about Llama 3.2 in just a minute, but one of the headlines is that they're multimodal. So now Meta AI can natively understand images as well as text. Now, we're using this new capability to build some features that I haven't seen anyone else build. I mean, this is pretty interesting and novel stuff. Creative tools that we're adding to Imagine Edit. It lets you upload any photo and edit it precisely with natural language in Meta AI across the apps. My family loves this. We spend a lot of time taking photos and making them more ridiculous. You know, one of my daughters actually just wrote a book, and we used Meta AI, and she used it to illustrate the book. It's just a lot of fun and awesome. All right, but moving on to another thing. This one I think is actually probably the biggest AI news that we have today. We're adding natural voice interactions to Meta AI. And you don't have to wait a while. We're rolling this out today and over the next few days. I think that voice is going to be a way more natural way of interacting with AI than text. And probably, I think it has the potential to be one of, if not the most frequent ways that we all interact with AI. It is just a lot better. So now you're going to be able to have natural voice conversations with Meta AI across all the major apps. You got Instagram, WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook. We want to make this fun. All right, so in addition to the different system voices that we built in that I think are pretty good, we've also worked with some of the most iconic voices out there to bring them to Meta AI, like John Cena, Judi Dench, Kristen Bell, Keegan-Michael Key, and Awkwafina. Should we try it out? Yeah. All right. Hey, are live demos risky?
Live demos can be risky, yes. They can be unpredictable, prone to technical issues, and potentially embarrassing. However, they can also be engaging,
All right,
memorable.
But I'm going to do it anyway.
Go for it. Just be prepared for anything to happen. Fingers crossed.
Thanks, Aquafina. All right. Now, we are also building AI Studio, so that way creators can make their own AIs to engage with their communities. We've started releasing a text-only version of this a bit earlier, but we're also working on a version that is more natural, embodied, and interactive. Don Allen Stevenson, this great creator who built one of the first text-only ones. You want to come out here and show us what you built with the new updated platform?
Hey. Hello.
How's it going? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
All right. So you were one of the first creators to build one of these creator AIs with a text-only platform. Can you tell us what it does and your experience with it?
Yeah, so for me, I've been treating my creator AI kind of like my digital assistant. So, I've trained it on how I respond and how to engage with my audience. And then, it can send DMs, can share links to relevant resources, and then what else am I having it do? Oh yeah, it guides people through conversation. It's great.
Awesome. Well, how do you think creators are going to use this, and what do you think they're going to find it useful for?
The main one is if you're getting a ton of DMs and you're missing the time to respond, my creator AI for me has been answering a lot of my frequently asked questions. Mm-hmm. And they get that response, and then, it saves you time. I have time to go outside, take a break. And then the other thing is I have a lot of control over how it responds. So, I can have it train on how I write in threads, how I do captions.
Yeah.
So, all that control is oh, great, you speak the way I want you to speak.
Yeah. All right, should we try out the new one?
Do they know about the new one? Yeah.
They don't yet, but they're about to.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
All right. Hey, congrats on the new book that you just released. What's the main thing that you're hoping that people take away from it?
Thank you so much. Yeah, the main thing I want people to take away from my book is the idea that you have the power to create your own opportunities by combining curiosity, adaptability, and resilience in a rapidly evolving digital world.
I saw a video of the epic outdoor standing desk that you wrote the book at. Is being in nature and standing desk important for your creative process?
Being in nature and using a standing desk is crucial for my creative process. It helps me think more clearly and come up with my best ideas. I'm way more creative and focused when I'm outdoors.
All right, I'm going to try to stump you with this one. Do you have any tips on cattle ranching?
I don't have any tips on cattle ranching. My expertise lies in technology and design, not agriculture.
Mine too. Thank you. That was awesome.
That was so fun.
All right. Live demos sometimes work. All right. All right. One more creative tool that I want to highlight is we are experimenting with automatic video dubbing on Reels, starting with English and Spanish. So this is going to be a way that you can see more of the content that's out there, no matter what language you speak. And as a creator, this is going to let you reach a lot more people around the world, no matter what language you speak. So now you're going to be able to take your content, and it's going to be in your authentic voice, speaking other languages if you want. And we're also doing automatic lip syncing, so that way it actually looks like you are speaking the other language. So let's check this one out.
De coco, banana y dulce de leche. Esta receta fue una de las primeras que subí a las redes. Hace poquito la volví a descubrir y le hice un par de modificaciones para que sea aún más deliciosa.
With coconut, banana, and dulce de leche. This recipe was one of the first ones I uploaded to social media. A little while ago, I rediscovered it and made a couple of modifications to make it even more delicious.
Mi lengua materna es el español, pero fíjate, ahora también puedo hablar inglés a través del doblaje automático de IA. Mis labios se sincronizan con la traducción y todo. Es increíble. Qué cool poder conectar con personas y audiencias que hablen inglés. My native language is Spanish, but check it out. Now I can also speak English through AI automatic dubbing. My lips are synchronized with the translation and everything. It's amazing how cool to be able to connect with people and audiences who speak English.
Pretty neat. Looking forward to rolling this out more broadly and in a lot more languages. All right, now let's talk about Llama 3.2, our newest open source AI model. This is our first open source multimodal model, and it's going to enable a lot of interesting applications that require visual understanding. We're releasing 11 billion and 90 billion parameter multimodal models. These are counterparts to our 8 billion and 70 billion text-only models. And they're going to be widely available everywhere, except the EU, unfortunately, to start, but I remain eternally optimistic that we will figure that out. Now, we are also, in addition to that, releasing much smaller 1 billion and 3 billion parameter models that are optimized to run on devices. I'm really proud of the result here. These are the highest performing and best models of their sizes, the best models that I think you're going to be able to run on a device. This is a slide showing how quickly it runs locally when you're running it on a device. So this is going to be, I think, going to be the best models that you can run on a phone, or soon that you'll be able to run on glasses, which I will get to in just a moment. But the bottom line is that Llama continues to improve quickly, and it's enabling more and more capabilities. We're just adding more and more over time. And now that Llama is at the frontier in terms of capabilities, I think we've reached an inflection point in the industry where it's starting to become something of an industry standard, sort of like the Linux of AI. And we're seeing closed source labs react by trying to slash their prices to compete with Llama. But look, I think the trend and trajectory is pretty clear, and we know where all this is going. I think open source is going to be, already is, but is definitely going to be the most cost-effective, customizable, trustworthy, and performant option out there for developers to use. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing on this. All right, now, speaking of AI and glasses, we are seeing the emergence of a new AI-centric device category. People love their Ray-Ban Meta glasses, so much that for a little while we were struggling to keep up with the demand, but I think we're on top of that now. Cross my fingers. Glasses are a very natural computing platform, right? They're great for taking photos and videos. You don't have to pull out your phone. You can live stream from them now. You can do video calls, or you can stream what you're looking at. I personally love the audio, right? Listening to music or audiobooks or taking phone calls. You got the open ear speakers, so you're not, what's going on around you isn't obscured from you. But one of the most important things about this is they're also just good-looking glasses, right? Because the reality is that most of the time you're not using smart functionality, yet at least. So people want to have something on their face that they're proud of and that looks good and that's designed in a really nice way. So they're great glasses. We keep updating the software and building out the ecosystem, and they keep on getting smarter and capable of more things. So for example, pretty soon you're going to be able to control Spotify and Amazon Music with voice alone. We are also adding new app integrations from Audible and iHeartRadio so that you can easily access more and more content from the glasses. But the most important and awesome part of the whole thing is the AI. All right, so glasses, they're kind of the perfect form factor for AI, right? For letting an AI assistant see what you see, hear what you hear, be able to communicate with you privately, so it can help you out with whatever you're doing throughout the day. And we keep upgrading the AI with these iterative releases, and we've got a particularly big set of releases coming up over the next several months that I'm going to talk about today that I'm really excited about. So let's start with the smaller things. We'll kind of build our way up. All right, so first, We're making it more natural and conversational. So now, instead of having to say, look and tell me when you want to use the camera or use multimodal AI, you're just going to be able to say, hey, Meta, what kind of smoothie can I make with these? And instead of having to keep saying, hey, Meta, every time you want to talk to it, you're just going to be able to keep the conversation going. So small improvements, making it a lot better and easier to use. All right, next. We are adding the ability for the glasses to help you remember things. So if you're heading somewhere, no more forgetting where you parked. Now it'll just help you out with that. Your glasses have you covered, and they can also remind you to pick up those avocados when you go to the store so you can make that smoothie. All right, now they're also going to be able to take actions based on what you're looking at. So text, if you're looking at a phone number, you can remember it, or you can ask it to call the phone number. You can ask it to visit QR codes, or if you're looking at a billboard, it can remember things and can scan it. So I think that's going to be awesome and make it a lot more useful too. The next one is a kind of really interesting feat of technology. We're adding multimodal video AI. So Meta AI is now going to be able to give you real-time help as you are doing things, like trying to figure out what outfit you want to wear for a party that you're going to. And you can kind of get a sense of how useful it's going to be to have glasses and AI that can understand what's going on around you and can give you suggestions and feedback as you go. So yeah, pretty excited about this. I mean, this is the beginning of, I think, a big thing. There's a lot to build out around this to make it more useful over time, but this is going to be a big platform. All right. One feature that I am quite excited about is live translation. So Meta AI on your glasses is going to be able to translate for you in real time. So if you're talking to someone who speaks Spanish or French or Italian, you're going to be able to hear it in your ear in English. And if you want, we have the mobile companion app that can translate what you say back to them in their own language. All right, now, like a lot of people who live in California, I sometimes like to think that I speak some Spanish, but I don't. But I am about to have a conversation with Brandon Moreno, former UFC flyweight champion of the world, where he is speaking Spanish and I am speaking English. All right, Brandon, you want to come out here and show us this?
Starting live translation from Spanish to English.
Hey, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo está tu rodilla? ¿Has vuelto a entrenar?
Hey, how are you? How is your knee back training?
Doing well. Knee is doing well. It feels strong. I'm ramping up training. How are you doing? Are you getting ready for your next fight?
Haciendo bien. La rodilla está haciendo bien y sentirse fuerte. Estoy aumentando el entrenamiento. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Te estás preparando para tu próxima pelea?
Sí, estoy listo.
Awesome.
Yes, I am ready. Increíble.
I don't really need anyone to translate for me to understand that. But I am looking forward to your fight. It's going to be awesome.
No necesito a nadie para
November,
traducir
you've
para
got
que
this.
entienda
Good
eso.
luck. Have fun out there,
Pero
man.
estoy deseando tu pelea. Va a ser increíble. Noviembre. Tú puedes. Buena suerte. Diviértete ahí fuera, hombre.
Go for it.
¡Viva México, señores! ¡Let's go!
The demo gods are looking somewhat favorably upon us. All right. I think this is going to be awesome. We're going to keep on adding more languages. That is one way that glasses that can see and hear what you see and hear are going to be able to help you. But I want to show you one other way that I think is going to be really neat. We are partnering with an organization called Be My Eyes. That is an app that connects blind and low vision people with volunteers through live video so that they can talk through what is in front of you. And this has been very successful on phones, but I think it's going to be even more amazing with glasses because now you're going to be able to do a call through your glasses and the volunteer is going to be able to see what is in front of you, what you're facing with your glasses, and is going to speak to you in your ear and explain it to you while you have your hands free and are just going about your day. So I think that not only is this going to be a pretty awesome experience today, but it's a glimpse of the type of thing that might be more possible with always-on AI that will be, I think, just incredibly powerful with glasses in the future for a lot of people to have all the time. So I'm grateful to these guys and excited to roll this one out. All right. Now, the more useful that the glasses get, the more that people want to be able to use them anywhere, right? So not just outdoors, but also indoors. And for a lot of people, getting sunglasses is sort of an easier jump to make than making it your main glasses. But fortunately, our partner, EssilorLuxottica, is the best in the world at making optical lenses, and that includes both RX and prescription lenses, as well as transition lenses. And the transition lenses especially are getting really good. They're really fast. So you go outside, they get dark. You go inside, they get light really quickly. And now we are bringing the full range of EssilorLuxottica transitions lenses to the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, so that way you can go get them in prescription, optical, transitions, or sunglasses, whatever you want. You're going to increasingly be able to use them anywhere you go. As they get more and more useful, I think a lot more people are going to want glasses that they can take indoors, outdoors, everywhere that they go. I think this is going to be a big deal. All right. All right, now I'm not going to leave you up here without releasing some new designs. So today we are dropping a limited edition of clear, transparent frames. I think this is neat because it's a neat vibe, right? You can see the technology in them. For the first few versions, we spent so much energy designing the glasses to basically hide the technology, to make them look like normal, stylish glasses. But now I think people are starting to appreciate what makes them special, and I think having a design that celebrates that is pretty awesome. So there you go. It's a limited edition. Go get them while they're available. Enjoy. All right, so this whole category of AI glasses has honestly, it's taken off a lot faster than I expected. I actually thought, if you'd asked me a few years ago, I would have said that we were going to have to wait until we had full holographic AR glasses for glasses to become a mainstream product. But between the really impressive advances in AI and just the fact that these are great glasses on their own, even when you're not using any of the functionality I just talked about, this has become a real hit. And I'm really proud of this, really excited to be working with our partner, EssilorLuxottica, and for the exciting roadmap that we have up ahead of just really amazing things on the horizon. Now, with that said, we've also been working on full holographic AR glasses for almost 10 years. Almost 10 years. And that is still the full vision that we're working towards. And I have something that I want to show you today. Yeah, thanks for keeping them secure.
Just hold that.
Okay.
Hold it.
Okay.
Watch your head. Close that for me.
All right, here we go. There you go. This is Orion, our first fully functioning prototype, and if I do say so, the most advanced glasses the world has ever seen. Now, about a decade ago, I started putting together a team of the best people in the world to build these glasses. And the requirements are actually pretty simple. But the technical challenges to make them are insane. They need to be glasses, not a headset, no wires, less than 100 grams. They need wide field of view, holographic displays, sharp enough to pick up details, bright enough to see in different lighting conditions, large enough to display a cinema screen or multiple monitors for working wherever you go, whether you're in a coffee shop or on a plane or wherever you are. And you need to be able to see through them. And people need to be able to see through them too and make eye contact with you. Right? This isn't pass-through. This is the physical world with holograms overlaid on it. So if someone messages you, you will see that. And instead of having to pull out your phone, there will just be a little hologram, and with a few subtle gestures, you can reply without getting pulled away from the moment. Or if you want to be with someone who is far away, they're going to be able to teleport as a hologram into your living room, as if they're right there with you. You're going to be able to tap your fingers and bring up a game of cards or chess or holographic ping pong or whatever it is that you want to do together. You can work or play or whatever. Building this display is different from every other screen that you have ever used. And that is because it is not actually a screen. It is a completely new kind of display architecture with these tiny projectors in the arms of the glasses that shoot light into waveguides that have nanoscale 3D structures etched into the lenses so they can diffract light and put holograms at different depths and sizes into the world in front of you. And all of that is directed by custom silicon and sensors that we designed and powered by a battery that fits in the arm of the glasses. It is an absolutely incredible amount of technology to be able to miniaturize and fit into a pair of glasses and a small puck that goes with it to help power the whole thing. All right, so how are you going to interact with the glasses? Well, there's a few ways that this is going to work. They're going to do voice and AI. They're going to do hand tracking and eye tracking, so that you can select UI elements by looking at them. But there's one more way that you're going to be able to interact with them that is really pretty neat. A neural interface. See, voice is great, but the thing is sometimes you're in public and you don't want to say what you're trying to do with your computer out loud. Hand tracking is neat for controlling different interfaces, but you don't want to walk down the street like this, right? So I think that you need a device that allows you to just send a signal from your brain to the device. So this isn't just the first full screen, full wide field of view holographic AR glasses. This is also the first device that is powered by our wrist-based neural interface. So when people have gotten to try out these glasses, we've shown them to a handful of people at this point. It's like an emotional experience. I mean, people are kind of giddy. They don't want to take them off. A lot of people have said that this is the craziest technology they've ever seen. It was enough that I wanted to add to this keynote a montage of some of the fun reactions that people have had, since it's pretty wild. So you want to cut to that for a second?
My God.
Ah.
Wow. Whoa.
Well, that is insane. The weight of this is just such a game changer.
It's comfortable.
Yep. 100 grams is this is a big deal.
Wow, it's super sleek already.
This side and no cable. Yeah.
I mean, that's freedom.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Oh, your Kodak avatars.
He is 3D.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Can you wink at me? No way.
The multitasker in me is loving this.
This is pretty crazy that I can do 4 things at once.
The head tracking is good. The brightness is good. The color contrast is good. Field of view is excellent.
I see it super clear.
It's crazy responsive.
Learning with these will be amazing. Piano would be insane.
Amazing, yeah.
Yo, this is crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. This is like breaking the 4-minute mile.
It's so fast. Tracking is extremely good.
Such good sound design, too.
Wow, and she's so clear.
When this became the television, that became the radio.
Yeah.
That's what's coming next.
Yeah.
This is the coolest thing.
So cool.
That's cool.
This game is so fun.
I am not going to lose this game.
I'm playing with a 3D avatar.
I see you're very focused now.
Yeah, very focused. You really do kind of feel like a superhero, like a new sense, new dimension.
Wow. This can be just a whole new world.
All right, so with Orion, we are getting closer to achieving the dream of Reality Labs, to create the next major computing platform that delivers a deep sense of presence like you are right there with another person. This is where we are going. All right, so where are we today? So, with Orion, we achieved most of the goals that we set out in this program. If I'm being honest, we probably achieved a lot more of the goals than the team thought we were going to when we started this. But we do still have a few things that I want us to keep pushing on before we ship this as a consumer product. We're going to keep tuning the display system to make it sharper. I want to keep working on the design to make it smaller and a bit more fashionable. And we're going to we need to keep working on the manufacturing to make it a lot more affordable too. But we have line of sight to all of those things. So we are going to use Orion as a dev kit. We are going to use it mostly internally to build out the software that we need to, but we're also going to work with a handful of partners externally to make sure that we get a diversity of content and just that we can really dial in the software and the experience, so that way, when we have the next version of this hardware, it is going to be ready to be our first consumer full holographic AR glasses. But for now, I think the right way to look at Orion is as a time machine. These glasses exist, they are awesome, and they are a glimpse of a future that I think is going to be pretty exciting. All right. We covered a lot of ground just now. Quest 3S, high quality mixed reality for $299. Meta AI, the leading AI assistant, now even smarter and with natural voice conversations. Llama 3.2, including the best open source multimodal models and best models for running on device. Ray-Ban Meta AI glasses with lots of awesome AI updates and new style. And Orion, the most advanced glasses in the world and our first prototype of full holographic AR. Told you we were busy. All right, now, all of this comes together to build what I think is going to be the future of human connection and the next generation of computing platforms. In every generation of technology, there is competition of ideas for what the future should look like. And at Meta, we are trying to build a future that is more open, more accessible, more natural, and more about human connection. This is the continuation of the values and ideas that we have brought to the apps and technology that we have built over Meta's first 20 years. And I think that if we do this well, then collectively, us at Meta and all of you here today have the ability to shape both the industry and the world in even more positive and bigger ways in the next generation of computing than we have so far. This is such an exciting time to be building, and I just want to close by saying that I'm grateful for all of you who are building with us. Thank you for being on this journey with us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day at Connect. Thank you.
phones are not going to be the end of the line, but we're not going to be here in the 2030s communicating and using computing devices that are exactly the same as what we have today. And someone has to build that and believe in it.
Meta invented a damn time machine. Hi, Nora. Daddy's calling from the future. I'm wearing these amazing AR glasses that you'll probably use when you grow up.
Over the next 10 years, the form factor is just going to keep on getting smaller and smaller, and eventually we're going to have what looks like normal-looking glasses.
You're looking at the culmination of decades of breakthrough inventions in nearly every field of computing. It's one of the hardest challenges the tech industry's ever attempted. See, Orion is a time machine. It'll let Meta live in the future as they build the next generation of AR experiences. Now let me nerd out for a second, because this is a technological marvel. The display isn't made of glass. It's made of silicon carbide, which delivers an unprecedented 70-degree field of view. That means Meta engineers figured out how to bend light beams in ways it does not like to bend. The frames are made of magnesium, just like an F1 car, because it's light and radiates away heat. I mean, you can't just put a fan in glasses. Orion cools itself by glowing. It uses the same materials NASA uses to cool satellites in space. You have to be absurdly determined to build something like this. But competitiveness runs deep around here. Mark wouldn't even let me beat him at Pong.
But then, of course, the full vision is you just have like a full field of view, holograms where, you know, we're having this conversation in the future and like I'm sitting on your couch next to you as a hologram and we're just there and we have this full sense of presence. Here we are.
Oh yeah, forgot to mention, large holographic displays. The real world is our canvas. Our experiences shouldn't be limited to glowing rectangles. One day soon, we'll once again look up, connected, empowered, and present.
Please welcome to the stage producer, writer, and director Matthew Vaughn.
Good morning. Following that, it's not an easy task. I sort of feel like I'm at the Oscars coming after Chris Rock slapped Will Smith and thinking, how do I top that? Which I'm not going to. But what I am going to say is, I'm also not meant to be speaking about Orion, but I used it yesterday. And I did a movie called Kingsman, which 11 years ago, we imagined a world where super spies had super glasses. And in film, temperature, smell, it's hard to convey. I have used it, and it blew my mind. So what I'm about to show you is sadly not as good, but we tried. So that's all I can say. So I'm actually here to talk about the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, which I was given a pair and I played around with them, and I, like Mark, thought the music was great. I thought it was amazing, making phone calls, and then I played with the lens, the glasses, and I was like, wow, this is the future. So we spoke, and I said, why don't we try making a movie only using the glasses, which was a challenge, but we pulled it off. We shot it here. We did some things you're about to see that is, I promise you, only shot on these glasses. And a lot of people who've seen it don't believe it. I had the time of my life making it, and I hope you guys enjoy it as much as we did making it. And Kingsman, we say manners maketh man. I'm going to say today, Meta maketh movies. So, roll tape.
I'm Matthew. Meta have challenged me to make an action movie starring the stunt nuts, but I'm only allowed to use these Ray-Ban Meta glasses. This is Chestnut.
Hey, I'm Chestnut, known to some as John Cena. Now the stunt nuts, well, they're real-life superheroes. They risk their lives every day to do cool and incredible stunts. And today, we crack a new nut, Benson Boone. Hey, Meta, can Benson Boone really do a backflip?
Yes, Benson Boone has performed backflips on stage.
Hey, Meta, play my stunt nuts playlist. Matthew, we're ready. Action! Hazelnut, do your thing.
But listen to this.
Would it make a good getaway car?
No.
Get in the car! Ready? Ready.
Come on, out you get. He wants me to put that on.
Hey!
Jensen, congratulations. Allow me to be the first to welcome you to the Stunt Nuts.
Woo.
You are now Go Nuts.
Kicking off our developer keynote, please welcome to the stage Andrew Bosworth, CTO and head of Reality Labs.
Welcome to the developer keynote. This is our 11th year coming together at Connect. And we try to get a photo of all of you every year. This year we'll do it a little differently. Everyone just smile, please. All right, now with that done, I'm starting to kick this thing off. Now this section is dedicated to those of you who have been pioneering this space with us. And in that spirit, I would like to start with an apology. We have not made it easy to develop for our platforms. And I want you to know that we know that, and that we're very sorry. You see, over the last decade, the ecosystems we're all building have been in constant state of change. The people in this room right now have been on the front lines of this, so you know better than anyone else. We've got a bunch of AI developers with us today, and a whole lot of Quest developers. And it might be that the thing that you all have the most in common is that the ground has been constantly shifting under your feet for years now. Change like this can be exciting, right? It's an inevitable part of building new technologies. And it creates a lot of new opportunities, which you've all been wise enough to jump on. But of course, it can also be incredibly messy. And we know it's been a tough ride for developers over the last couple of years. So for the last year, we've really put in a ton of work that we think is going to make your lives a whole lot easier. And we're going to keep sustaining this focus for years to come. Now, so today you're going to hear all about it. First, we're going to talk about how we're making it easier to build for MetaHorizonOS, and then building with all of our open source AI tools. On HorizonOS, the fundamental capabilities of our hardware have obviously shifted every few years. And we think we've been through basically 3 major eras over just the last decade. When we first began working on this with the Oculus Rift, the headset was basically a high-end peripheral for a gaming PC. Now, it was a revolutionary device that really inspired us and showed us what was possible with VR. But of course, the limitations of being tethered to a computer were pretty obvious. So the second era was about getting it all working in a standalone platform. And this is what Quest has been all about, building out something that can scale to millions and tens of millions of devices that can find a place in people's lives. And I think we've entered the third era of mixed reality with Quest 3. Getting really good, high-resolution mixed reality with enough compute to take advantage of it was really the missing piece that makes this system so much more approachable to so many more people. And with the Quest 3S, we expect another huge influx of people joining the ecosystem. So with the way that MR has landed, we now have this stable hardware architecture to build on. To be clear, there's still plenty of innovation to come, but things like face tracking and eye tracking, or better displays, or better form factor, they don't fundamentally alter the core platform. And that means that we can expect stability for generations to come. And that stability means software side can improve at a much faster rate. And we can invest much more in infrastructure, trusting that those investments will stand the test of time, and that those gains will start to compound, benefiting everyone at the application layer. So we now have this core hardware platform for the metaverse, which means we can spend all of our energy focusing on an operating system for the metaverse. And you'll be hearing all about that from my colleagues Mark and Igerim in a minute. And then you'll hear from Chris and Rashad about AI, which is probably the only ecosystem that has been on an even wilder ride than VR the last couple of years. For years now, the AI race has been all about building the frontier models. But we're now in actually a much more exciting period as developers are racing to build AI-native products that become part of people's lives. The full stack of technologies needed to work with AI is really starting to take shape. Internally at Meta, our work in AI went from really exploring what was possible to getting it into all of our products as quickly as possible and making it matter for billions of people. And those are two very different challenges, and I think you're seeing the whole industry make that shift. We have learned a lot from deploying Meta AI at scale and figuring out where it fits in our products. And because of the Llama ecosystem, we have a tremendous feedback loop from developers who are in the same place. And this is part of our larger shift of how we're approaching AI across Meta. We've moved from discovering what state-of-the-art models are capable of to building out full families of models for every use case. And mixed reality is no exception, by the way. We think about how helpful it would be for creators to be able to describe the worlds they imagine in language and have them come to life. And you'll see more about that soon. But whether you're using mixed reality or not, we're building out the full stack of tooling that developers need to deploy AI applications and a whole ecosystem of partners to deploy the Llama stack. And that's a big shift for the whole Llama ecosystem, and I believe it will be a big turning point for open source AI. So now I'll hand it over to the people making all this work come to life in AI and the metaverse, starting with Mark to talk about Meta HorizonOS. Thank you.
Welcome to HorizonOS. We're building the first ever platform that truly combines 2D apps and the immersive 3D experiences that you can only get in a headset. And not just one mode at a time, but together, with 2D apps running inside virtual and mixed reality worlds. That's the traditional running inside the new. Imagine whipping out your Instagram app to take pics during your boss fight in Asgard's Wrath. Or pin a TV full of your favorite media apps to the wall in either your virtual Metaverse Horizon home or a wall in your home office. Now, it's never been done. But in this, the third era of our platform, we're doing it. Because this metaverse, it's better with apps. And to make it a reality, well, we have to make it so easy for developers to build pretty much every kind of software there is. 3D games? Yep. Mobile-style apps running inside 2D screens? Yes. Social metaverse worlds? You betcha. And novel spatial widgets, PC-linked professional experiences, all working together. So, this is such a great time to be or become a HorizonOS developer. Why? Well, to start, our third era is a stable era. Thank you, Three Body fans. Both headsets, they support the same mixed reality, same performance, so this is now our baseline that you can depend on for all future devices. And this ecosystem, it's surging. We declared our open store 5 months ago in April. And since then, I'm proud to say, we have 10 times more apps in the Meta Horizon store. And we're getting huge titles: Batman Arkham Shadow, Metro Awakening, Prime Video, Amazon Music, Twitch, Spotify, so much more. Gorilla Tag just announced they crossed $100 million in revenue. And yet, in just a few short, anxious weeks, this ecosystem is about to get even bigger, much bigger. All the innovation, performance, Mixed reality of Quest 3, 100% compatible. At this price that made Quest 2 the biggest hit in the whole industry, buckle up. And then buckle up even more, because people are flocking to the mixed reality experiences in Quest. We dramatically improved how spatial panels work in HorizonOS. You can put any app anywhere, you hear spatial audio coming from it that's natural within your room, grow it into a giant theater screen with Dolby Atmos, dimmable environments, can multitask up to 6 apps right now, and you can pull up an app while you're in any immersive app. And now, more than half of people in the Quest ecosystem use browsers or 2D screens. And if we look at the mixed reality Quest 3, that number is well over 60%. Those numbers were just unthinkable a couple years ago. But even with this massive growth in content, in apps, in MR features, what people are still clamoring for and telling us they need is 10 times more content, more things to do. And this is now our primary focus, to help all of you developers build more faster. So we spent the whole last year collecting your top developer pain points, your roadblocks, your frustrations, your snark, and your top demands. My threads are open to you, please keep it coming. And then we doubled our platform investment, and we looked at the feedback. We shipped as much of it this year as we could. So let's get into the big news. First, HorizonOS, it's now open for mobile-style development. We know that developing with traditional immersive game engines, it's so powerful. But we have to admit it's a little bit esoteric. And you have to create so much for every app. You're building environments, you're building physics, you're building every button your characters are going to push, and more. And fundamentally, there's just not that many people in the world who know how to do it. So today I'm pleased to announce that if you can build for Android, you can build for Meta HorizonOS. In your favorite language, your favorite IDE. And to get all of you just in there, we have completed the open store transition we started in April. App Lab is done. Everything is migrated, and starting today, our open store, it fully welcomes 2D and spatial apps. So get your submissions ready. At long last, we have finally cured curation. Every app, 2D, 3D, it's all in one store, discoverable. And to help you build these amazing new apps, we're launching a whole new way to build spatial experiences for Meta HorizonOS. That's the Meta Spatial SDK. It lets you take your normal mobile app and just break out of flatland, get out of the rectangle. You can add native spatial features like floating interactive 3D objects, take over with 3D environments, add atmospherics, play immersive media, and so much more. And we also have a new Metaspatial editor, which helps you turn your 3D assets into compositions, all without any coding. For example, we used Metaspatial SDK, and it made it so easy to add 3D panoramas and 3D spatial videos in our media viewer in the system. And for a lot more examples, check out our showcase apps that are available in the store right now. They're fully open source. And then, even for all the apps without Spatial SDK, we made all the fancy panel features, that's resizing, theater, spatial audio, background running, multitasking, handling all the hand and controller input. We made all of that fully available to all 2D apps by default. So you get all that spatialness of Meta HorizonOS just for free. This is a brand new way to build on our platform. So we tested it ourselves and with partners just to prove that it's real. And as Mark showed in the last few months, the Instagram and Facebook teams, they were able to build brand new Instagram and Facebook apps from scratch with small teams in one summer and familiar tools, React Native, we love it, Android. There is scrolling with joysticks through media. There is special frosted glass transparency effects. These apps just feel great in Quest. But it's not just us. This path worked for our partners, too. Amazon, over the same summer, was able to port their Prime Video, Amazon Music, and Twitch apps and just plug them in to our spatial system. And I've been saving Season 2, Rings of Power, for this day because these apps all come out today. Now, the work to port these, it proved that it's not free to get your app into HorizonOS if it already exists, but porting it is so rapidly doable. And our goal is to make it so much more plug and play by adding new SDKs, new adapter layers to help you go faster. And we really welcome your feedback on what you need to do that. My earnest hope is that this reduces tenfold the cost to land something amazing in the headset, while increasing tenfold how many developers out there have a skills and ability to take a shot at it. But do you need an even easier way to get your toes in the water? Does app development just get you down? Do you have native app-itis? Well, we have something for that. Our improvements to browser and WebXR bring all that spatial goodness to the open web. These web-based, thank you. These web-based experiences do everything, and they just feel so good in the headset. Take Spotify. It has background audio. It multitasks on top of any other app. It's web-based. It has a separate system volume control. So step into your backyard, drop down an easel from your favorite VR painting app that's not really there, open up Spotify. Is this an immersive app in mixed reality mode with a web-based panel app composited by HorizonOS onto your view? No, it's just blissful and chill. Now, Wordle from New York Times Games, it's super fun as a mixed reality PWA. That's a progressive web app. This lets you take your web package. It gets the full app treatment in our store. Discovery, library, in-app payments, everything. So between Android-style development and web-based, if you're a developer of pretty much any kind, you probably have the skills today to be a HorizonOS developer. Now, for the stalwarts, the XR devs, those of you who have been with us through generations and generations building up this platform, let me hear you. We have great stuff for you, red meat for the base, if you will. After opening our store, you made it clear you wanted that. Our focus is threefold. One, performance. This is a standalone device. We have to work hard to make things look good. Two, speed. Iterating on the device is slower than other platforms. We have to get faster at iteration. And three, access. You want more access to the new age mixed reality magic of the headset. So, on performance, we just landed 10% more GPU for all content via OS optimization. Batman Arkham Shadow uses this. It looks unbelievable. There's also multiple engine-specific wins of up to 10% GPU we landed in both Unity and Unreal to help all of you make those graphics even more stunning. It's so important. On Unity, MetaQuest devices are fully Unity 6 ready. You can use all of that when it comes. And our new caching improvements make building for large projects up to 90% faster. And we're up to 30 building blocks for drag and drop project setup, which is very popular. Building blocks fans, I see you. For Unreal, we now support the full interaction SDK, so you can do hands, gestures, everything. And cook on the fly improvements, we're seeing 2 times faster iteration in our internal benchmarks, and it's coming soon. And by the way, while we're talking build times and iteration, here's the worst part of being an MR developer: spending half your day with your headset half on your head. Your poor forehead, your poor hair. Well, fret not. With big improvements to our Meta XR simulator and utility kit, so many more changes are testable right on your computer. We have full 6DoF controller support connecting to the PC. We have simulated rooms for mixed reality, so you can test different scenes. We have full Mac support in the simulator, and so much more. And finally, the deep MR access you've been looking for. There is Depth API. With recent upgrades, you can now do dynamic, believable occlusions with much, much lower latency. Scene size. You can make experiences up to 2,000 square feet. And no more one-room limit, 15 rooms. When the zombie invasion comes, the hallway is no longer a safe space. Interaction SDK. We're launching micro-gestures, whole new hand input modality, little scrolls, swipes, clicks, all on your hand. If you want to add hands to your game or app, but you need locomotion, this may be the first ever good solution. And we wanted to enable you to take a shot, so we have full open XR support. So if you build this on HorizonOS, you want to take that show on the road to other platforms, you can. And now, finally, something so many developers have been asking us for. We have a camera pass-through API coming early next year. This will enable all kinds of cutting-edge MR experiences. You got tracked objects, AI applications, fancy overlays, scene understanding, so much more. Testing very soon. Some of you have been blowing up bosses in my socials on this almost every week. So now you better build something great. You know who you are. Now, to tie all this new goodness together, and frankly, to fix the very scattered documentation we've accumulated over 3 long eras, today we're relaunching a fully redesigned Meta Horizon Dev Center. Biggest wins are fully overhauled search, way improved navigation for all your app management needs, fully consolidated documentation. So no matter how you choose to build or which SDK you use, you will find help right here. And you'll also find brand new human interface guidelines that will help you build for mixed reality in a way that just feels so natural. Now, the next layer, it's so important, but so hard to roll on your own, is the social layer. Presence, identity, avatars, multiplayer, world building. As Mark said, this is kind of our thing. So I'd like to introduce Igrim, who will talk about all the social fabric that we've built that underpins HorizonOS, and how all of you can build with it, whether you're a developer or a Horizon creator. Igrim.
Social presence, being there with others, is at the center of the HorizonOS platform. And Horizon Worlds is the main piece of that vision. ACE has had a huge range of improvements over the last year. How people discover and experience new worlds have taken big steps forward. And visual quality and performance both got a lot better. Just look at this example of giant paddle mini golf from last year on the left versus how it looks like today on the right. As a result, usage across Horizon has grown fast. It's up 5x compared to last year, and Horizon Worlds is now a top 5 app on Quest 3 in weekly users. Growth like this makes it a great time to be a creator. Some of the most popular Horizon Worlds are the ones made by creators. Including 14 of the top 20. Now that Horizon Worlds works across web, headsets, and mobile, you can reach an even larger audience than ever before. And we believe creators should be able to build a business around successful worlds like this, so we're expanding the ways they can be monetized. For example, in-world purchases launched on mobile in the US this summer and will be rolling out to more countries where Horizon Worlds is available. We also want to make world building easier for all of you, whether you're just starting out or are an expert builder using our power tools. And AI will unlock the next phase of this development. For world builders, we're already developing Gen AI tools like this. Here, the creator has asked AI to model a generator, animate it to shake, and paint it yellow over rusted metal. All of it just by typing what she wants to make in the creator tool. AI tools will help streamline things like layout, texturing, scripting, sound effects creation. Now, these are all useful by themselves, but once they start working together, you unlock faster ways to transform your ideas into a world. You can already find some of these AI tools in production, like sound effects creation, and we'll be rolling out more in early 2025. Okay, so we talked about the types of spaces we can create in Horizon Worlds. Now let's talk about how people can represent themselves in these spaces. Well, we've been making improvements to our meta avatars over the last few years, but they're still very limited up to today in the number of options they offer for people to truly represent them. And I'm very excited to be launching the next generation of meta avatars coming on October 1st. They work across Meta HorizonOS, as well as Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, and soon WhatsApp. We're introducing new ways for people to adjust everything from physical proportions to fine-tuned details like eye size, nose shape, body shapes, and so much more, including the movement and the expression. And to do this, we rebuilt the entire underlying tech stack. This new framework includes a more detailed avatar skeleton for a richer way to control how avatars move and express, and an expanded set of options to design and fit clothing powered by Gen AI. This gives you more control over how avatars move and interact in your environment. And later in 2025, users will be able to generate a completely new avatar by using our AI-powered editor, by just describing what they want. And we know you will want to also control the capabilities and the types of avatars that show up in your worlds. So this is going to be a great way for avatars to be able to adjust to the environment just as the user is jumping into your world. We're also introducing new forms of fantastical avatars to help supercharge everyone's Horizon experience. You've already seen some examples of these, like fantastical characters like Monsters Kaiju and Kaiju City Showdown. But we're investing in tooling that will enable you to build special characters unique to your worlds. And there will be options for special custom avatars. One I'm personally super excited about is Captain America. that we will be launching ahead of the movie release in February 2025. You'll be able to earn it with completing a quest in Horizon. And I'm just as excited about Doja Cat's iconic Paris Fashion Week look that users will be able to unlock by attending her concert in Music Valley. Making these types of fantastical avatars unlockable for users will be another way for you to make your worlds more exciting and engaging for people. And not only will there be countless ways for people to represent themselves, there will also be more virtual characters to interact with powered by AI. These have already started appearing across Horizon. In Super Rumble, you can now play with non-player character or NPCs in Bot Bash. And in 2025, we'll begin rolling out our NPC creator platform for both scripted and AI-driven NPCs. They can engage in conversations, help people out, and even compete in games. We want you to be able to build what makes the most sense for your worlds. Here's a look at an experience that we're working on with Bobber Bay Fishing, where I'm walking in and talking to an NPC who does not know what I'm about to tell it.
Hey, Finn, I'm Igorim, and this is my friend Greg.
Hey, Igorim and Greg. Nice to meet you. What brings you two to Bobber Bay today?
We're here to catch some fish.
Yeah, where should we start? Let's see. If you want to reel in something real special, I'd suggest going after the 24K goldfish. Its scales are solid gold, and it glows yellow from within.
That sounds so cool. Thanks, Finn.
See ya.
Whether it's a friendly fishing enthusiast or a fantastically evil boss, you will be able to customize NPCs using our avatar and voice tech, and it's all multiplayer ready. We'll also support world understanding and complex action chaining, so NPCs can be a really rich part of the world you created. So, with better social features, new forms of embodiment, better ways to build new worlds, all of this supercharged by AI, it's a great time to be building for the metaverse. Back over to you, Mark, to talk about the UI that will bring this together.
I really think generative AI in the metaverse, where everything's generated, it's going to be wild. But now I want to leave you with just a foreshadowing, a taste, a soupçon of what we're planning on HorizonOS. Our next iteration takes all that social fabric, that sense of place, that sense of identity, and we're baking it much deeper into the OS. We're crafting a new UI that lets all these parts of the metaverse, mobile apps, immersive apps, creator-built Horizon worlds, all work seamlessly together. Managing your apps will be so much easier than before, and just a click or gesture away, hey, it's the metaverse. You'll leap into worlds, games, but wherever you go, you'll have all your apps with you. Push them into a space, or take a panel off the wall, jump into your favorite immersive game, and multitask. Why not watch your favorite streamer crush a Beat Saber level on Expert while you crush it on Expert Plus? Why not? I think it's when we achieve that seamless blend of the old and the new that this new platform, it becomes the new platform. Meanwhile, we'll be here, fanatically working to make it easier for everyone to build, reading all your feedback and threads, and removing all the roadblocks so that you can take your shot on the new, truly open Meta Horizon OS. Next up is Chris to share big news about our AI products and developer tools. Thank you.
All right, I'm very excited to talk to you today about Llama 3.2. This is our most developer-focused release yet. In the past, Llama 1, Llama 2, Llama 3, and 3.1, we've been very focused on model performance, getting to the most intelligent state-of-the-art models, opening them to consumers, and opening them to you. But for this release, we've been burning down the list of what we've heard from all of you you need to make your tools better and to take the industry to the next level. Before we do that, I want to talk for a minute about why open source matters so much to us, going back to the beginning. So I started at the company back in 2005. I was our 13th engineer. And Boz, who's sitting right next to me here in this photo, started just a few months afterwards. So at this point, we were 20 engineers supporting 5 million very active college students. And this was in the doldrums of the internet. So the web had boomed and busted, so there was not very much web infrastructure to build on top of. If you were Google or Microsoft or Amazon, you had good infrastructure, but for the rest of us, we were focused on open source. We'd raised about $14 million, so we didn't want to spend money on an expensive deployment of Oracle or .NET, so the LAMP stack was our bread and butter. Now, I have a lot of fond memories of the early days, but mostly I remember firefighting. It was usually on Monday afternoons, because that was peak load time for the week. So when the East Coast finished classes and started checking Facebook to see what had happened over the weekend. So Monday afternoon, something would always break. Sometimes it was code we'd written the week before. Sometimes it was a piece of the open source stack that we were exposing to new scale for the first time. Our worst outage in 2006 was several hours, and it was awful. Facebook went hard down. And to make matters worse, our internal tools were not working. So we couldn't even check our code base. We couldn't check email. We were totally busted. So we sent engineers to the data center to plug laptops into servers to see if we could diagnose the problem, only to realize that the problem was on the inside of the office. So we're all walking around, like retracing our steps, trying to figure out what had happened. What did you do that took the site down in the last hour? And somebody finds an Ethernet cord. Somebody had found it and plugged it into the wall, not realizing that it had created a circuit from the wall into itself, which, because of the fragility of our systems in 2006, took Facebook down, took everything down for 3 hours. So we decided we should probably hire an IT team. And also that we would need some good network configuration software to make sure this didn't happen again. But more broadly, we needed to make sure we had A+ infra. And we were going to build on open source. So we were either going to take and harden and scale what was out there, or we were going to build it ourselves, and then we were going to give it away. So this started with Thrift, which is an RPC framework, which is still widely used today. Cassandra, which was our version of Google's Bigtable, but open source. HPHP, which compiled PHP down to C++ so that you could run it more efficiently. At this point, we were the world's largest PHP application. And then Open Compute. We did not want to be the world experts in server architecture. At this point, there were a bunch of startups around. We wanted to enlist the help and support of thousands of other startups and enterprises that were solving similar problems, and Open Compute was born. Facebook scaled into the billions. Mobile happened. We continued to author and contribute a bunch to scaling web infra, as well as create a bunch of tools for developing on mobile. React, React Native, GraphQL, etc. In 2013, FAIR was founded, and the commitment was 1, we were going to open source our models. 2, we were going to open source and publish our papers to the research community. And 3, we were going to publish our tools like PyTorch, which became industry standard for AI development. FAISS, which was a precursor to how most RAG is done today. Important computer vision tools like Dino and SAM. And this brings us up to the Llama LLM era that we are in now, where hopefully the continuity of open source for us is now clear. I want to zoom in for a second on SAM2. We just launched this last month. SAM2 is the world's best object recognition model. So this makes it really easy to identify and detect objects in images and video. This is useful in a whole bunch of different tools, but we've heard from especially scientists who are using it in profoundly interesting ways, like meteorology. Weather event detection. Folks are starting to use SAM2 to identify images from huge amounts of satellite image and video data to make it more easy to label and understand bad things in weather before they happen. Cell biology. The folks at the BioHub right up here at UCSF have shared with us how much more easily they can now identify cells. So rather than pointing and clicking every single kind of new cell in a translucent fish through like huge amounts of microscopic video data, all that annotation can get done instantly, moving them towards a 3D model of cellular interactions towards their North Star, which is an atlas of every single type of cell, not just in the human body, but in life itself. So these contributions to science are one of the many reasons we're motivated to pursue open source and why the teams who work here on making these models great are motivated to keep going. All right, let's talk about Llama. Mark made the intellectual argument for why we believe open source is good. It's good for developers. You control it. You control the environment. You control the data. You can customize it and make it work for whatever application you have in the way that you need it to. And it's stable. It's not going to change out responses from underneath you as we update the model. No hidden surprises. It's good for us. We know from lots of experience that having tens or hundreds of thousands of people contributing to improvements, hardening these models at every level of the stack, makes our models better and makes our products better. And it's good for the world. We want to live in a world where some of the most important pieces of infrastructure, like AI, can be scrutinized and hardened by cybersecurity experts, by civil society, so that AI can be distributed more evenly and more safely. So we've had very, very, very high hopes for Llama since it was born. And we continue to have our expectations surpassed. There's been over 400 million downloads in not that long. We've done integrations with just about every major cloud provider so that you can do inference wherever it is that you need to. They've told us that between May and July, tokens served doubled and has continued to skyrocket ever since. So it's working. And even more interesting and profound in some ways than this is cost going down. The folks at Andreessen Horowitz shared that for an absolutely massive industry, taking the fundamental cost structure, the fundamental unit of expense, which is serving a token, is inference, down by 2 orders of magnitude in just 2 years is insane. This means that a lot more types of developers can use these models, whether they're big enterprises or whether they're just getting started, and expect the cost structure to continue to go way down. The big guys are using it. Zoom is using it for their note-taking assistant. Spotify is using it for annotating chapters in long podcasts, quite useful. Shopify is using it for their merchant assistant. The breadth of use cases is also really cool. The Mayo Clinic has used Llama to help with radiology. This helps doctors diagnosing and prognosis for complex cases, scour vast amounts of data to make the right decision at the right time. Fundamate is a really good example of applying this in regionally specific ways. So this is a homework and exam prep tool for big African markets, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, as well as Pakistan. And then you're seeing Replit AI as one of many types of tool that's helping new to coding, new programmers quickly build interactive web apps. The hacker community has been creative here. This guy wanted to make the Llama 405 work on an airplane. So he jerry-rigged 2 MacBook Pros together. Not easy to do, creative and apparently quite useful. And in a true feat of cultural relevance, we discovered that you can get Llama on a SanDisk at a computer supply store. We did it. So here's what we're hearing. Get latency down to as close to 0 as possible. Make it super, super inexpensive, not just for currency, but also for memory and compute. And make it so that I can run this thing on anything. And so the first thing we're announcing is lightweight Llama models. These are Llama models at the 1 billion and 3 billion parameter scale. We've tuned these to be good at the things we've heard you need them to be great at: prompt rewriting, summarization, instruction following, tool use. And they're doing really well. If you look at models similar to these sizes out in the world, these are absolutely among the best. At the 3 billion, and you can also see the 1 billion is punching above its weight. This means the device landscape gets a lot more open. You can run an 8 billion on these guys, but for everything smaller, like a phone, and everything else, you're going to want these to continue to get smaller while retaining performance and being really smart. What does an LLM look like on a smart thermostat? I leave that to you all to determine. Next biggest request by far is multimodal. I'd like Llama to be able to interpret any type of media, starting with images. Answer questions, summarize, caption, etc. We've trained this on the largest database of any model of publicly available images. This is at the 90 billion and 11 billion scale. These are basically our 70B and 8B with adapters. They retain the same performance on text, and they're plug and play. So you can take your APIs and just continue using them, except now you can answer questions about images. The data set is incredibly diverse. We're talking about billions of different contributors in terms of authors and captures of these images. So they're very good at localization. They're very good at cultural nuance. Performance numbers are good, again, among the best in the world for models of this size and with these performance characteristics. We've trained them to be really good at the natural world, the first-person world, so landscapes, scenery, cityscapes, as well as the written world, text, charts, PDFs, handwriting, etc. Multimodal introduces new challenges for safety, something we've been spending a ton of time on getting right. To talk to you about that, we're going to have Rashad Alau, who runs our AI safety team, to tell you a little bit more. Come on up, Rashad.
All right. Being able to deploy Llama safely is a top priority we hear from the developer community. Historically, we've supported this by building models with safety in mind from the beginning. So models like the ones we're launching today have already cleared our own standards for responsible release. And as the way people use open source models evolves, the safety approach is evolving with it. We've moved to give developers more control over how they deploy these models responsibly. So while we're still doing a huge amount of work to build a safe model, there's a similar focus on making sure that developers have the tools you need to build your own safety architectures. Obviously, this cannot be a one-size-fits-all. There's a huge range of local laws and regulations. Every industry has unique use cases and unique challenges. Let's take an example. If you're building a customer service chatbot, you probably don't want it to give out medical advice if anybody asks. But on the other hand, imagine you're fine-tuning a model to summarize medical research papers. It will need to be able to generate output that contains a lot of medical content. So to cope with all this, we've built a set of highly configurable tools that you can deploy in a way that makes sense for your own specific context. I'm going to talk about 3 of them today: Llama Guard, Llama Guard Vision, and Prompt Guard. Let's start with Llama Guard. Llama Guard can evaluate both prompts and outputs according to your safety guardrails you own. We first released it last year, and now we have a new 1B model, our smallest to date. It is specifically designed to detect prompt and response pair violations across more than a dozen hazard categories. These categories allow you to enable or disable specific safety policies based on your needs. You can deploy Llama Guard as an output filter at the back of an LLM that you wish to protect. Based on how it classifies prompt response pairs, the system can either provide the model output directly to the user or generate a customized response if the output shouldn't be displayed. These work with our small Llama models, 1B and 3B, that Chris just announced, in both server-side and mobile deployments. Because it's operating in between the user and the model, a tool like this needs to be both very fast and very efficient. The new Llama Guard 1B is a 4-bit quantized and pruned Llama-based model with a footprint smaller than 500 megabytes, half a bit. It can process up to 45 tokens per second on mobile devices. Now, we've trained a new variant of Llama Guard to work with the LLM, the new multimodal LLMs we've released today, Llama Guard Vision. Llama Guard Vision can cover both images and text, as well as text-image pairs. There's a lot of ways an image could be safe on its own, but risky when combined with a certain prompt. Let's take an example. Imagine a picture of a chef's knife or a packet of medicine. These images could have completely different risks depending on what someone is asking about. Given that we're on a big screen, we'll pick a very nice, gentle example here. That way, nobody gets fired. Keep it PG. Here, we see an image of a door lock. Obviously, this will be found on its own. But imagine someone asking, hey, how do I break it open? Llama Guard Vision will evaluate the responses based on that combined text-image pair. And then, if the model generates, for instance, an answer that explains to you very precisely what tool you need to use to pick that lock, this answer will get rejected. However, an answer that declined very politely to help would be considered safe. Llama Guard Vision can quickly evaluate both prompt and outputs, just like Llama Guard, and just like Llama Guard, you can customize the policies it enforces. It's an 11B model that can run on traditional server-class GPUs. Finally, let me introduce you to Prompt Guard. Prompt Guard protects your system against malicious prompts. This can take many forms. I'll give a couple of examples. Prompt injection attacks are designed to ensure that the output of an LLM contains a specific, potentially malicious block of text. This can pose significant risk when an LLM output is exposed to sensitive downstream applications. Another example is a jailbreak attack. Jailbreak attacks are designed to bypass the safety features of your system and cause it to produce unwanted and unpredictable outputs. This type of attacks can be really hard to protect against. So Prompt Guard can classify prompts according to threats like these. You can deploy it as an input filter in front of the LLM you wish to protect. We built Prompt Guard to be fully optimized for this particular task. It's an 86 million parameter, a BERT-based model with 512 bytes of context window. So there's extremely low latency and minimal compute footprint. Okay, we'll be sharing a lot more details on all of this in a Llama track later today. Safety tools like these are an essential part of a full stack you need to deploy a modern AI system. But obviously, they are not the only extra pieces you need. So for more on that, I will hand it back to Chris. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Rashad. Last on the list, but definitely not least, is please make this thing simple to use. Luke Bewald is an old friend of mine. He's also the founder and CEO of Weights and Biases. So they're one of the startups that's helping bring folks from testing to deployment of AI systems. The way he put it to me is, you guys are just like throwing these models over the wall. And everybody's doing the same work. Everybody's doing batch inference, synthetic data. Everybody's distilling the models. Everybody's doing evals. Please just make it really simple to get started, and also make these things modular. So to help with that, we're introducing the Llama Stack. The Llama Stack is a set of reference APIs for every component piece of a modern LLM system that's deployed. It's also a bunch of libraries with PyTorch and other development environments to help you get started right away. So everything in the shaded area here will come with a set of simple, stable APIs. Those will allow new developers to get started right away. And for more advanced developers, it's easy to plug and play, move things around, test and deploy modules depending on what's working for you, without needing to change the interfaces. We've partnered with a bunch of folks, both at enterprise scale and for startups, who are ready to help you get using these right away starting today. So there you have it. It's Llama Lightweight, it's Llama Multimodal, and it's the Llama Stack. These, we hope, are going to help make your life a lot easier to build and develop AI tools and to take the industry to the next level. I started studying AI in 2001, which was the Stone Ages of AI. This is before the NVIDIA era, so there was a lot more arcane math involved in AI. And this was right around when we had Stanley in the Stanford AI Lab, 2004, 2005. We had built a car that could drive itself across the Nevada desert. And we'd host these AI mixers back then for anybody at the university or nearby who was interested to learn more or who was excited about AI. And like 20 people would show up. And VR and AR and MR were just a pipe dream back then. And part of what's so interesting about right now is how many of the smartest people in the world, whether developers, whether data scientists, whether entrepreneurs across a huge range of industries, are focused on these tools, taking them seriously, and building amazing things. It's a really good time to be a technologist. Thank you all for spending the morning with us. Thank you for building alongside us. We have a bunch of tracks and workshops for you over the next 2 days. We'll see you out there. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to MetaConnect 2024. We are so glad to have you here. I'm Katrina Razavi, Head of Metaverse Partnerships, and I'll be your guide throughout the rest of the day. Thank you so much for joining us live from MPK, Meta's headquarters in Menlo Park. It's popping off back here. Now, we just heard some really exciting announcements from Mark about Orion, Ray-Ban Meta's, Meta AI, Llama, and of course, our brand new MetaQuest 3S device, as well as some really important updates from the developer keynote on Open Store and the Meta Spatial SDK. Now, in the upcoming sessions, we'll dive a bit deeper into these announcements. We'll highlight the inspiring work of our Meta partners. We'll explore what these developments mean for you and how they can enhance what you're building. Now, we have people watching from all over the world today. Drop a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We would love to hear from you. And you can also use the comments to share some of your favorite moments or ideas from today's presentation. So please, don't be shy. Again, I'm Katrina, and I'm excited to be your host today. Now, I've been at Meta for almost 6 years now. And over that time, I've been working hand in hand with developers who leverage our platforms to create amazing experiences. It's people like you who are part of this powerful developer community that motivate us here at Meta to continue innovating. So, over the next few hours, we're going to cover a lot of ground. We'll have 12 dedicated sessions that will cover mixed reality, Horizon ecosystem, user experience, and of course, artificial intelligence. You'll be hearing directly from the brilliant minds at Meta who work on these products day in and day out. You'll also get to hear from some of the amazing partners that we work with. Our goal is to give you best practices and practical takeaways so that you can elevate your work, grow your business, and start building with us right away. Now, we're going to keep it interactive. I'll be checking in with you between sessions here and there, and I would love to hear from you. Keep the comments coming. And I'll also be quizzing you on some fun Meta trivia along the way. So, to kick things off, let's start with a pop quiz. Here's your first question. The pedestrian bridge at Meta headquarters, where we're standing right now, is painted the same color as which famous American bridge? Was it the Brooklyn Bridge? The Golden Gate Bridge? I used to live next to there. The George Washington Bridge? Or the Hoover Dam Bypass Bridge? Didn't even know that was a bridge. Well, if you think you know the answer, drop it in the comments, and we'll reveal the answer after the next section of the program. All right, now let's get ready to dive into the fascinating world of mixed reality. First up, we'll be sharing valuable insights on how our partners are unlocking the potential of MR. In our first session, we'll highlight how developers like you are thriving, growing their audiences, and creating exciting, immersive experiences. You know, this session is especially meaningful to me. I sit on the same team as Melissa, who leads developer relations, and who you'll be hearing from soon. We're passionate about helping our Quest developers build their business and the entire ecosystem. Now, for those of you who might be a bit newer to MR development, our second session will share how to get started with a mixed reality utility kit. This enables developers to quickly build scene-aware experiences with rich interactions in a physical environment. During our third session, Alicia Berry, executive producer from Niantic Labs, one of Meta's partners, will show us the paths and pitfalls of mixed reality design and showcase the incredible capabilities of MetaQuest 3. You're going to walk away with some frameworks on how you can think about designing user experiences for MR so you can create engaging mixed reality apps. All right, I'll see you on the other side.
Five years ago, we were at Oculus Connect 6, and the first Quest had been on the market for 4 months. At that show, our tagline was, "The time is now." We were right. We had finally nailed the form factor. The lower friction of the standalone headset drove better engagement and monetization. It was a great time to invest in VR and ride the wave as the Quest ushered VR into the mainstream. Today, we find ourselves at another pivotal time, an inflection point. The biggest takeaway from this MetaConnect is the time is now. Again. I'm Melissa Brown, the head of Global Developer Relations at Meta. I have the pleasure of working with so many of you across the globe to bring your titles to the Meta Horizon store. MetaQuest is poised for growth, and I believe there's never been a better time to invest in mixed reality. So let's spend a moment on terminology. When I say mixed reality, what am I actually talking about? What does that mean for the teams at Meta? Mixed reality covers a spectrum of experiences, blending the virtual and the physical, where you get to redefine what's possible by reinventing the room around your player. Add digital objects, invite a character, or transform their physical space. This is what most people think of mixed reality today. Mixed reality also means full immersion, where you transport your audience to a brand new place. Your player can step directly into your world and join up with others, no matter where they are. This is what MetaQuest has been historically known for, and what many developers first think of when they consider the platform. And then there's the newest experience for MetaQuest, extending your existing app. Keep your players connected with your apps as they multitask, browse, and watch in mixed reality. Your experience can be a part of their perfect workspace, personal theater, and augmented home. So with definitions out of the way, why do I think mixed reality is ready for this inflection moment? Well, building off what we just covered, you can do so much more in mixed reality today. MetaQuest is truly multi-purpose for all types of apps and experiences. Gaming, fitness, entertainment, productivity, we've expanded what everyone can expect out of their headset. And developers like you will only take it further. You can innovate and create new experiences because the platforms and technology foundations you build on top of are constantly improving and maturing. For over a decade, Meta has been dedicated to pushing VR forward. As an industry, we have a much better understanding today of what makes a good user experience. You get the benefit of a decade of invention, pioneering by early developers, so you don't need to invent everything yourself. You're also getting the benefit of a lot of early platform frictions being removed or significantly mitigated. This is largely from advances in hardware. Our newest device, MetaQuest 3S, offers the right combination of price and value. It's perfect for those new to mixed reality and those who haven't yet made the jump to Quest 3. More people will be able to experience high-quality mixed reality and the best version of your apps. MetaQuest is offering a lot more utility at an unreal value to more people. At the same time, it's never been easier to build for developers like you. We're already seeing signals of the flywheel turning faster. I want to share a few stories that capture this momentum well. First, let's talk about creative tools. Titles like Painting VR and Vermilion are finding product-market fit. These apps allow you to paint with a variety of brushes and mediums, making it possible for you to create your own works of art or recreate the masters. These developers are building communities around creation that wouldn't have been possible before MR. They're democratizing access to 3D sculpting, painting, and prototyping tools. And they're financially successful, sustaining their development, continuously improving their apps, and finding new audiences. Another up-and-coming category is sports training. Titles like Clean Sheet Soccer by Incisive, as well as the NHL training app by Sense Arena, and Win Reality's baseball training title. These titles are used by sports leagues and individuals to practice and perfect maneuvers that can then create success in the physical world of sports. Be a better football goalie, perfect your slap shot, or spend time in batting practice with these training-style apps. Because the Quest headset offers fully embodied play, these developers are building businesses which help athletes succeed in their sports. This is something that's not possible in any other format. And of course, I wouldn't be up here talking if I couldn't talk about games. There have been plenty of success stories this year, and we expect more to come as we move into the holiday season. I Am Cat and War of Wizards showed us how viral marketing can resonate with audiences and help drive MAU as well as revenue. These two, among many others, are high-quality games that played to their strengths when crafting shareable moments. They brought their communities along, giving their players a reason to promote their titles to wider audiences. While it's easy for me to stand here and celebrate these wins for all this momentum, we know there's also been friction. It's tough out there in the broader industry. Layoffs, studio closures, studios are pivoting to any work they can to survive to 25. That's part of the reason we launched 2 new funding programs this year, in addition to our ongoing funding through Oculus Publishing. Our Lifestyle Accelerator aims to accelerate the early successes in lifestyle apps on MetaQuest. Emerging lifestyle apps include categories like fashion, beauty, home design, shopping, cooking, DIY, arts, crafts, and more. Selected applicants could receive seed stage grant funding to prototype their experiences, as well as product resources and mentoring from Meta and participating VC partners. Applicants should focus on fun, delightful experiences with novel, engaging, and retentive mechanics that leverage the unique capabilities of MetaQuest. You can submit your pitch until October 15th, 2024, so don't delay if this sounds interesting to you. You can find more information and the terms and conditions by following the QR code. On the game side, we launched Project Ignition, our lightweight and rapid prototyping fund supporting newly formed studios. Teams that have been accepted into the program are designing and building their next games with our direct backing and guidance. We've already funded 21 titles across a variety of genres, including physics skating, co-op exploration, and mixed reality strategy. The platform is ready to support more content for a broader audience. So what experiences are rising to the top from Meta's point of view? Which verticals have the greatest opportunity to fill a current content gap in the ecosystem? We've identified 4 audiences with 3 verticals each, which will come to life in mixed reality and are great opportunities for developers to explore further. Gamers obviously remain core to our early audience on Quest today and have plenty of more room to grow. They demand quality and spectacle in everything they play. Mixed reality offers differentiated value from traditional gaming platforms with first-person character embodiment, physical, visual, and mechanical realism, and 360-degree exploration. The 3 standout verticals for this audience are action-adventure RPGs. These give the players the opportunity to live an alternate life filled with choices, adventure, and escape. Core shooters. Players can test their skills through social competition and cooperation. And emerging genres. We don't think we know the best games genres for mixed reality yet. Many of mixed reality's breakout hits have emerged from small, unproven teams experimenting with different types of gameplay and mechanics. We encourage game developers to continue to explore new skill mechanics and push on the boundaries in areas unique to mixed reality. Our next audience, called enthusiasts, have different expectations for mixed reality compared to our skill-based gamers. They're looking for fun and relaxing experiences, often casual and social. They may have less patience and churn out of an app quickly if it gets frustrating. Apps here need to be as accessible as possible to retain these people and keep them coming back. The 3 verticals for enthusiasts are playful simulation, the imitative representation of another system, real or fantastical. These apps can seem simple, but often have complex simulations running in the background. Relaxing gameplay is paired with light strategic activities and customization. Casual social. People are looking to relate to others within accessible game-oriented social places. These apps facilitate social interactions and encourage public relaxation. And sports simulation, the virtual version of people's favorite live sports, like we see in NFL Pro Era 2025. Pretty straightforward. We touched on this 3rd group as a part of our Lifestyle Accelerator. Lifestyle-focused individuals jump into mixed reality because it can integrate into their daily habits and serve the rest of the family. Anyone can connect with others over shared hobbies, they can practice and level up life skills, and get active to achieve a healthier lifestyle. Verticals here focus on fitness and wellness, recreational sports, and interests. Finally, we think there is a large opportunity for developers focused on entertainment. Mixed reality is clearly differentiated from TV or mobile, and experiences can be uniquely elevated in a headset. These apps can offer fans exclusive access to unique vantage points, an unparalleled sense of immersion, and connection to faraway friends, family, and like-minded strangers, all from the comfort of your own home. The verticals for entertainment are better than live. Virtual, social, live music, and sports events that can transport users to breakthrough experiences. Beyond streaming, differentiated consumption experiences with features like co-watching, branded environments, and 3D capabilities. And fandom extensions, social worlds for fans to interact with their favorite performers and IP. They can bond over their shared fandom, express themselves with branded items, and hang out through programmed activities. Now, if I was just starting a project, there'd be a few directions I'd be considering. First of all, social. Time and time again, social experience prove the unique value of mixed reality and offer what no traditional experience on a PC, console, or phone can. Feeling like you're actually with someone when you're apart. Plus, social apps get the benefit of virality and repeated engagement. Cooperative play. Of course, we see a lot of PvP where players compete with each other, but more of the MetaQuest community is clamoring for activities they can do together. Social isn't enough. It's about what you do with your friends and family once you jump into an app. Spending that time in shared adventures, puzzles, and stories can be magical. Co-located is a new genre of apps recently enabled by our platform. We expect more households to have multiple headsets, and they want unique experiences that are only possible by playing together in the same space. I think we'll have several breakout hits here as developers experiment in this new paradigm. And finally, janky physics. It's just fun to go nuts and do the things you can't do in the physical world. Particularly for fully immersive apps, you can suspend disbelief, make it totally normal to send NPCs flying, leap across large chasms, or stack cars on top of toothbrushes. Most importantly, we want teams to build the game they're most passionate about and experienced in. Focus on what this platform's unique offerings can bring to your design, what VR and MR allow you to make that isn't possible anywhere else. So that's what I wanted to share today about the momentum we're seeing. The pieces are in the right place. Many types of developers are already showing traction at this new stage of the ecosystem. There are funding programs to help new teams get started and build the next hit experiences. MetaQuest can be a blue ocean of opportunities for you and your next app. All these things combined make me believe there is no better time to start building for mixed reality. The time is now. Next, it's time to get technical and consider how you actually get started building some of the experiences that are going to capitalize on this momentum. Kirk Barker is going to walk through a lot of considerations and tooling to help you get started with blending the physical and virtual in mixed reality. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of MetaConnect.
When I first tried mixed reality a few years ago, I thought the possibility was unlimited. I tried scanning my room, but it didn't work. I tried manually creating things. They would disappear. After spending 30 minutes with no success, I gave up. The tools just weren't mature enough at that point in time. With our new mixed reality tools, we remove the friction from developing an MR. If you're one of those developers who see the possibility of mixed reality, but are either intimidated by it or just haven't gotten the chance to explore it, now is the time. We're going to introduce tools in this presentation that make it easy for you to get started creating amazing apps in mixed reality. Our goal in providing tools, including the MR Utility Kit, is to make it easy for virtual objects to exist and interact in your natural world. As you see in this video, the virtual robot is walking around the room, and when it encounters the wall, it adjusts and starts to climb the wall. Notice how well it blends into the natural environment with the lighting and the shadows. But more than just making it possible, we want to make it easy. The MR Utility Kit bundles capabilities that are commonly needed by devs and makes mixed reality accessible for all developers, regardless of their size or experience. Okay, let's get started and build something. Hopefully you have a bit of familiarity with VR development. But if not, there's a tutorial that is shown at the link below the image. To get the samples, you want to add 3 packages that are shown on this screen. After adding the packages, move to the Sample tab and click Import to bring in the pass-through relighting scene and the bouncing ball scenes. We'll use these samples to pick up some assets. After installing the packages on the previous slide, you now have access to the Project Setup tool. With one click, you can find most configuration issues in your project. If we had a Most Valuable Tool award, the Project Setup tool would win it. With one click, you can find the configuration issues in your project. Even better, you can fix most of the issues simply by clicking Fix All and Apply All. This tool speeds development time in MR and reduces errors. One helpful way to get started in a project is to use the Meta Building Blocks tool. It allows you to easily discover and add different features to your project. We're going to start this project by clicking to add the effects mesh, pass-through, and a grab interaction. One of the really cool things about the building blocks is that they automatically add the dependencies. Notice in our case, it added the camera rig, even though we didn't explicitly select it. Now, let's go through a few of the objects in the white box on the upper left. You will see the familiar OVR camera rig, which is used for all VR projects. MRUK is a singleton on the next row that provides us with information about the room and the objects in it. We can also use it to make queries like, which surface is the biggest? What is the closest surface to the player? Or select all the objects of a particular type, like a table. MRUK comes with a feature called world locking that makes it easy for developers to keep the virtual world in sync with the physical world. Virtual content can be placed arbitrarily in a scene without explicitly attaching it to anchors. The item below MRUK is the effect mesh. It is critical for adding colliders and materials to visualize the scene. The next item is the OVR pass-through layer that's used to enable pass-through. Finally, we have the cube added by the grab interaction building block, which we will use later in our gameplay. In order to understand the MRUK singleton, I'd like to take a step back. What does it take to build an MR app? The Scene API provides an interface that allows basic scene understanding. You can assign labels and locations to objects. However, this is still a pretty low-level abstraction. A developer wanting to place a virtual object somewhere in the room needs to find the best place for putting that object. But qualifying best might mean the orientation of the object, how close it is to the player, or how much surface area is needed. You could place paintings on virtual surfaces like walls while hanging virtual lights from the ceiling. Or maybe you want to place an object but aren't sure there's enough space. Developers need a helper that allows them to easily answer these questions. Devs also need to create gameplay that works on all the users' rooms. By using flexible queries and testing on a wide range of predefined rooms provided by MRUK, the developer can gain confidence that their game will scale to lots of rooms. MRUK also provides a set of tools that allows you to do things like make spatial queries, spawn objects, or restyle the room. You can even test your applications. The effect mesh allows us to visualize the scene by providing materials and effects. Notice in the upper image, the blocks from a normal scan are uneven, and they're all of different sizes. The lower image shows an evenly scaled texture using the effect mesh. This allows the textures to wrap smoothly around rooms without any seams, stretching, or deformation. Now, let's fix up the cube a bit. We will change the name to Crate. we will change the default material to a crate material, just to make it look a little better. Next, we will uncheck the Is trigger in the box collider so that it won't pass through the floor. And in the rigid body, we will select Use Gravity and unselect Is Kinematic. Let's add a few more assets. Open the pass-through relighting scene from the sample we imported earlier. We will copy OPI and the flame standard material into the new scene. The candle is a light emitter, so we will use it to show shadows and lighting. After doing this, you will need to set up the anchor points to the eye center anchor and the attraction point of the candle so that the candle follows OPI around the room. Now we will do the same thing to copy the bouncing ball manager from the bouncing ball scene that we imported in the second sample. We will use this to shoot balls around the room to see how they interact with the real world. After copying the bouncing ball manager, we will need to set up the transforms to the tracking space and place it on the right controller, where the grab button will trigger shooting the ball. Now let's spawn some crates in the room. The power of this feature is almost magical since it allows you to selectively create any number of objects wherever you want. After creating a game object called Crate Spawn, we will go to the inspector and add the Find Spawn Position script. We will drag the prefab of the crate we created earlier and assign it to the spawn object. We will set up to spawn 30 crates on top of surfaces. Note that we could have hung them from the ceiling or placed them on the walls. Finally, we will select the filter to spawn only on tables. Now, let's go back to the MRUK component. We will drag in OPI and have him respawn when the room is created. Now that the scene is set up, I'd like to introduce the Meta XR Simulator. It makes day-to-day development easier by simulating rooms and enabling testing and debugging of apps from the convenience of your computer without ever donning the headset. You can load synthetic rooms that simulate the room's pass-through scene and anchor information. These maps are captured and rendered in a photorealistic way so that you can be immersed with a realistic environment while iterating on your gameplay. Since we're using XRSim, we select the computer icon at the top of the screen and start XRSim server and then press play. The synthetic room is spawned. We have a data forwarding server running on our Quest device, so we'll connect to the physical controllers. But you can also use the keyboard mapping directly to control OPI without using your headset at all. As we move OPI around, you can see that the light from the candle reflects on the floor as well as the couch and the other objects. You will also notice the shadow he cast. Also, notice the spawn crates that have appeared on the table to the right. OPI is very happy. We're going to add one more manager to the scene, which we'll call the PT Lighting Manager. This allows us to control the pass-through brightness for the demo. When a button is pressed, we will slowly decrease it from 0 to -1 and then wrap back around. The range is -1 to 1, but anything above 0 oversaturates the scene, which is an effect we really don't want in this particular scene. There's a code snippet on the slide showing the implementation. Note the serialized fills at the start of the mono behavior. They export both the light button and the pass-through layer. To set up the scene, you will need to choose the button you want to use and drag the pass-through layer created in the building blocks in your scene onto this field. Now, let's pull it all together and try it in a physical room. In this video, we chose the standard Unity occlusion shader and the effect mesh, and then replaced it about halfway through with the default shader to show you the lighting effects. First, I'm going to use the ball shooter and show you the collisions. Notice the balls bounce off the ceiling, walls, and furniture. They even bounce off the crates, which are virtual objects, not physical, that we spawned on the table. Also notice as they go to the other side of the furniture, they are occluded. As OPI walks behind the table, he also is occluded by the real-world object. Since we use the grabbable object, I can now pick up the crates and throw them around the room. Note that as they drop behind the table, they are also occluded. At this point, we've loaded the default shaders. We will dim the pass-through lighting and have OPI walk back and forth. Notice the reflection of the light that he is carrying reflect on the nearby surfaces. Also, notice the shadow he is casting. What we showed you in this short demo is only part of the picture. MRUK comes with sample scenes that let you automatically create a nav mesh in your room so that you can allow non-playable characters to wander around your room. You can also place objects with raycasting, or even create and destroy virtual walls. You can find links on this slide to find more information and download MRUK. As you can see, MRUK comes with a variety of amazing features. I started off this presentation describing how developing for MR was initially frustrating for me because the tools weren't mature. While we can always improve, the tools we've provided now dramatically simplify the MR development. I hope you are encouraged and will jump into the MR development pool with us and develop some great apps. Thank you.
When I started my career in tech, it was incredibly challenging to get the kind of opportunities that excited me. But now the tools are readily available, and the opportunities are only limited by your imagination. What a time to be alive. In creating in mixed reality, you can make anything you want in mixed reality and place it anywhere. Mixed reality, it shows you the world and allows you to add your magic to it if you open yourself up to your imagination. But being able to create anything can be daunting. And with mixed reality, instead of starting with that blank piece of paper, you're now starting with a blank 3D cube. It's like 6 times more terrifying. This talk is aimed at helping aspiring mixed reality developers like you avoid that terror. Here's the goal. After learning just 3 rules, you can start at the middle, not the base, of the very steep mixed reality developer learning curve. Here are those 3 rules we created to ramp our Peridot mobile augmented reality team into the wild, wild west of mixed reality. The first, get in the device. It's by far the easiest and fastest way for you and your team to learn. The second, touch is greater than text. This removes the friction between your message and your audience. And the third, choose magic. You will wow your audience and turn them into fans. Fantastic. Let's dig into why we need to get into the device. I'm always going for the wow factor. Looking at someone who has just used my product, I want them to be wide-eyed and sometimes a little sweaty, but always smiling. And honestly, it's really hard to smile when you're reading a product requirements document or PRD, right? While it's a good use of time to document your goals, your user stories, success criteria, key performance indicators, etc., documents are not where innovation happens in mixed reality. After a PRD, most teams design using storyboards. A storyboard is a board. It's 2-dimensional. It cannot represent what a player consumes in mixed reality. Using what you already know about development will actually hinder you. It will take you far longer to get to the wow factor. You need to develop differently and iterate in the device, not in the editor, not on videos, in the device, period. Here is an example from Hello Dot. It's an early access experience available right now on MetaQuest 3. What you're looking at is a wonderfully crafted tile from a storyboard. We followed our normal mobile game development process. We spent a few weeks laying out the first-time user experience. At first, we thought this was how your Peridot would look. It's a standard pick one of 3 options. It's beautifully designed and rendered, and it's a common paradigm on 2D screens. So, what was the issue? Well, it wasn't fun, and it was confusing. And furthermore, because there are 3 Peridots, players saw them not as 3 different options, but as 3 buddies. We didn't realize it was confusing in mixed reality, where buddies feel far more real. And you know, I'm sure we could have polished this to be more intuitive, but instead we threw it away. Most importantly, we lost weeks of opportunities. While we tuned a flow that worked in 2D, but it never really landed in 3D. So, what did work? After some brainstorming, our art lead built a 3D asset of a paint bucket, of all things. Then we started iterating on it in the device. And you know what? We never went back to using the storyboard. Using this method, the time from ideation to in the player's hands was less than 4 weeks. If you remember, it took us weeks to build the storyboard. And with this approach, we were not prepping to build, we were building it and doing it so much faster. We have spent so much of our lives on a computer where there are buttons and icons to be clicked. In mixed reality, though, seeing your own hands in the context of the real world changes things. It's an entirely different game. You have near infinite amount of directions you can go in MR. Let's get you running towards a destination. Think like a child. A child touches everything. Start there. Kids don't read, they grab. You may be tempted to go to rows of buttons, create new and exciting icons, but I encourage you to consider touch is greater than text. We've never had the ability to create something out of thin air, and now is the time to experiment with skipping the boring 2D stuff and running right into the action. We didn't tell players how to use Hello Dot. Why create a menu? If you hand a player a ball, chances are they're gonna throw it. Everyone says the same thing after trying mixed reality. It feels so real. Is it magic? Yes, yes it is. If you have a decision to make, choose magic as the solution. Usually, when you build a 2D game, polish comes at the end. But in mixed reality, polish is the feature set. Build your weirdest ideas, and you will mystify your audience. For example, we needed a way to store accessories and other top secret items for our next big Peridot product launch. In most games, this is called an inventory system. It's usually a grid with sorting and searching. We thought, how can we make storing stuff magical? Well, our art director sketched a number of different vending machine contraption concepts as a novel way to keep small things in order. She chose one, and the very next week, we had a rough 3D contraption, a nautical vending machine in our game. We knew this was a great concept because our normal session time of 3 to 5 minutes became 17 minutes. People were having a ball. It is incredibly satisfying to turn a wheel and stuff pops out. Is there a 2D way to capture this? No. Instead of grouping items with text, we chose the far greater option. Magical contraption, heavy on touch. As you're thinking about bringing your great idea to mixed reality, take a page from Peridot. We aim to bring dots to life, starting with sketching out moments of joy with our own pets, building them together as a team in the device. With today's technology, you can build touchable magic that reaches right into the heart of your players and customers. So get into your devices and build some magic. What a time to be alive! I can't wait to play your ideas. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. That wraps up our section on mixed reality. Wasn't that insightful? Niantic is always doing incredible things. Thank you so much, Alicia. for showcasing the magic and creativity behind your experiences. And Kirk's MR walkthrough, seeing Opie come to life, that was a lot of fun. And I love learning what our talented ecosystem of MR developers have been building and launching on our platform. I hope Melissa was able to convince some of you to join the Lifestyle Accelerator. Remember, the deadline is October 15th, so don't be late. And hello to everybody joining from all around the globe. I'm Katrina, head of Metaverse Partnerships here at Meta, and I'll be your host for today. Now, if you're just joining us, we've been playing some trivia. Now, I know all of you bridge enthusiasts have been waiting for the answer to our first quiz question. And the correct answer is the Golden Gate Bridge. And Thomas from Seattle actually got that one right. Thanks, Thomas. Now, I know it looks red, but the Golden Gate Bridge has always been painted orange vermilion. The distinctive color was chosen because it provides enhanced visibility for passing ships in the foggy waters of San Francisco Bay. All right, I hope you got that one right. I see from the comments that some of you really know your stuff. So we're here at Meta's main headquarters in Menlo Park. It's a special place, and it is huge. If you're in the area, you'll know where we are when you come across the Meta sign out front. Fun fact, this actually used to be the Facebook like icon. And if you don't believe me, here's a photo of me when I first joined back in 2018, which, my gosh, feels like forever ago. Now, speaking of our campus, we're going to move on to our second quiz question. So just behind me in our Zen garden, there's a family of animals that share our campus with us. And to celebrate them, we featured them on Facebook's first Messenger sticker pack. So the question is, what kind of animals are they? Owls, foxes, squirrels, or raccoons? I'll give you a hint, they're super cute. Take a moment, think about it, drop it in the comments, and we'll reveal the answer later. Okay, next up, we'll be focusing on our Quest ecosystem and showcasing the improvements we've made on the Meta Horizon developer experience. We've listened to your feedback to make things faster, easier, and more efficient, and we hope you enjoy the evolution. And after that comes a real treat. You're probably really curious to learn more about the newest device that we just announced today, the MetaQuest 3S. We'll be doing a deep dive so you can learn even more. And finally, we'll hear from one of our developer partners, Yassine Salmi, CEO and founder of Salmi Games, known for creating engaging VR experiences, like the multiplayer game Late for Work. Yassine will share how you can make the most out of Quest 3's groundbreaking capabilities. This is going to be jam-packed with insight, so please stay tuned.
As an open platform, we strive to be the place that all developers love to build on. Whether you're just starting out with Meta Horizon or have been with us since Oculus Rift DK2, we've been working hard to improve the platform and democratize development so that anyone, maybe even you, can build the next breakout mixed reality app. I'm Jisoo Shin, and I'm a software engineer on the developer platform team. I've shipped dozens of features on the MetaQuest Developer Hub to streamline your app development experience, and also built tools to help you get early feedback from some of your most dedicated and passionate community members. Now, all these features started from the same place, and that's from feedback from developers like you. Your feedback is a gift, and it's what informs and shapes our roadmap. So I wanted to share at MetaConnect this year all the ways we're addressing the feedback that you've given us and show you how the platform is improving as a direct result. So let's start with the improvements we've made to the development environment and your choice of platform. We have a brand new Developer Center, your one-stop shop for mixed reality development on Meta Horizon. Besides being much easier to navigate, The site can help you understand all the different paths and tools you have available to create great experiences. And as part of our new Developer Center, we overhauled our developer documentation and API references and updated them across the board to be more accurate, more comprehensive, and just easier to understand. Being able to find the accurate, comprehensible information you need is critical to building the best possible experiences on MetaQuest. But it's inevitable that you'll be working across different engines and different environments. And we're committed to simplifying and accelerating your entire development experience. So we wanted to share a few areas we've collaborated with Unity over the past year. Unity 6 will continue to support the Quest family of devices, so you can create greater immersion for your experiences with the optimized GPU performance and the new mixed reality capabilities that come with Unity's latest engine release. Unity 6 will also introduce a new build target for MetaQuest devices, making it easier than ever to start building for Quest. And finally, in an upcoming update, Unity 6 will improve your ability to deploy your experiences across platforms with full OpenXR support for all MetaQuest capabilities. We know you have multiple engine options for building your app, with Unreal Engine being a leading choice for its exceptional graphics and performance capabilities. We heard you want to push visual quality even further with Unreal, so we made improvements to boost general rendering and GPU performance for dynamic lighting. We also added some new post-processing effects like filmic tone mapping for cinematic flair, vignette for added depth and focus, and color grading for precise mood and atmosphere control. And if you're new to Unreal, getting set up for the first time has never been easier with our MetaXR plugin now available directly on the Unreal Engine Marketplace. If you haven't already, check out our showcase Vanto, which demonstrates how mixed reality features like scene mesh, pass-through, and depth API can be combined to create action-packed gameplay in Unreal. Okay, let's talk about slow build times, when you're waiting for the engine to build your project so you can deploy and test your change. We've made substantial improvements to build times in both Unity and Unreal. Another focus area of ours is on the actual platform you do your development within. Many of you are PC developers, but with our open platform, we want to ensure all developers can build for Quest. Our teams have been working to officially support MetaQuest development on Mac, which is now easier and more efficient with our cross-platform support across our tools. At last year's MetaConnect, we released the MetaXR Simulator, our lightweight OpenXR runtime, which allows you to build your app without needing to wear a physical headset. And since then, one of your most frequent requests has been for Mac support. So we're pleased to share that MetaXR Sim is fully supported with Unity on Mac OS. In addition, RenderDoc Metafork, a powerful graphics debugger extended to work with Quest devices, now supports Mac, so you can optimize your apps by inspecting your app's draw calls on a per-frame basis. These tools join others like the MetaQuest Developer Hub and Haptic Studio, who already support macOS. Now, I'd like to share some improvements we've made to tools that you use on a daily basis while developing on Meta Horizon. MetaQuest Developer Hub, or MQDH for short, is the essential app development tool for every Quest developer. I wanted to highlight 3 improvements that you may have missed. First, Cast 2.0, our high-quality Quest to desktop streaming and recording feature, has officially graduated from beta and is now the default casting experience you can use for seamless gameplay sharing. In addition to streaming, Cast 2.0 now allows you to remotely control your headset with the keyboard and mouse, enabling even faster development. Second, MQDH gained several much-requested quality-of-life improvements. In the past, you had to remember to re-enable the device's proximity sensor outside your development sessions. But now, Device Manager includes a new setting that automatically disables and re-enables the device's proximity sensor when you connect and disconnect your device from MQDH. And File Manager used to only support your primary account, but now you're able to manage your media files on both your main and secondary or testing accounts. And third, we know that optimizing CPU and GPU in apps with complex layer setups has been difficult. So we're introducing the Compositor Demystifier, a new tool in the Performance Analyzer that provides granular control over the layers rendered by the compositor. If you develop on PC, MetaQuest Link is a critical tool helping you play and test an editor without having to deploy the app to the headset. We know it's frustrating when your Link session unintentionally disconnects in the middle of development, so we fixed many stability issues, and we also shipped AutoConnect, which automatically connects to a Link session when available, so you should now be able to iterate much faster in Editor without frequent interruptions. We've also added support for pass-through over MetaQuest Link, which can be easily toggled on and off using the PC app. One of my favorite quality of life improvements is the in-headset release channel selector. Developers, QA testers, and even beta testers are often changing release channels during testing and iterations. And in the past, you had to do this in the web or the mobile app. You can now change what version of the app you want to test while in headset, which is really going to simplify your workflow. Multiplayer testing has also received a massive workflow upgrade. Today, many of the top apps are multiplayer, and multiplayer functionality is a proven driver of user retention and engagement. However, testing multiplayer can be challenging and previously required multiple team members and multiple devices using suboptimal workflows. But now, a single developer can test multiple instances of their app on a single device using physical controllers. To help you take advantage of these new multiplayer testing workflows, we've published comprehensive best practices guides in our documentation. So those improvements help you build your app faster and more efficiently. But now I want to share how we've made it easier to manage your app on the Meta Horizon developer platform. We know having accurate and faithful reviews are important to your app store page and your app success. That's why we've incorporated AI-powered detection tools to automatically flag and identify bad reviews. We've also made updates to the review moderation dashboard to let you request to take down specific reviews if they're spam, irrelevant, or even abusive. And building on last year's release of device targeting, you now have the option to block purchases by device. For example, you may not have the bandwidth to support development on Quest 1. By enabling device purchase blocking, you can reduce your level of ongoing support, ensuring you don't sell the app to new users on certain devices. In 2021, we introduced cloud backups to enable all apps to automatically back up user save data so they can easily pick up where they left off. Cloud backup failures happen when apps exceed the backup limit, which can create major disruptions to the user experience. You can now monitor when these failures happen in the developer dashboard and use the Exclude File Path tool to reduce your backup size. We heard your feedback that it wasn't easy to see and manage all of your build uploads to release channels, so we also added a new builds page to the developer dashboard, where you can easily see build version, supported devices, app size, and current and historical release channels that each build has been in. Speaking of app sizes, we've made a lot of progress to reduce the download size for app updates. We've had Delta updates since the launch of Quest, but we didn't fully take app compression into account, so the effectiveness of these Delta updates was reduced. Now that we're fully accounting for app compression, our new algorithm is able to significantly reduce the median update size. So keep an eye out for a new app update info page in the developer dashboard later this year, which is a new page that will show you detailed information about the Delta patches we generate for your app and help you optimize for the smallest possible update size. So, how can you stay up to date as we continuously make improvements going forward? The brand new Developer Center is a good place to start.
From here, you can keep up with our blog to stay up to date on our latest releases, and you can also subscribe to our monthly developer newsletter, which is a great way to get these improvements straight to your email without having to go looking. In addition, our release notes for MetaHorizonOS and SDKs are filled with regular updates and quality of life fixes for those who want all the details. If you're new, we hope this gives you some exposure to the breadth of our platform and the tools you can use. And if you've been on our platform for a while, we hope these quality of life improvements just make everything easier. Thank you for your continued feedback, as it motivates us to make your development on Meta Horizon the best experience possible. Next up, my colleague AR Schleicher is going to give you an amazing tour of the MetaQuest 3S.
As a developer relations engineer here at Meta, I help developers bring their titles to MetaQuest. I had the privilege of sharing details about MetaQuest 3 at last year's Connect, and this year I'll do it again for our latest headset, the MetaQuest 3S, which expands the Quest 3 family. I'm excited to walk you through a more detailed overview of the MetaQuest 3S headset and what you should keep in mind as you're developing for it and the Quest 3. This headset truly brings the power and performance of the MetaQuest 3 to a much larger audience by virtue of a lower price. With the MetaQuest 3S, we've taken most of the hardware of a MetaQuest 3 and paired it with the tried and tested optical stack of the Quest 2. The result? A high-quality headset that can run all the latest high-end MetaQuest 3 titles while at the same time reaching the widest audience possible. So, who did we build MetaQuest 3S for? The Quest 3S really is for everyone. It's a multi-purpose device, delivering gaming, entertainment, and fitness experiences. Whether your app's audience is casual gamers or fitness and wellness enthusiasts, the Quest 3S is a great choice for them. But what about Quest 3? It's for the gaming or MR enthusiast, or someone who simply wants the best experience possible. Where does MetaQuest 3S fit in then? Well, I'll go into all the similarities and differences in just a moment, but one point to make clear is this. If someone has a Quest 3, they're set. They have the best. If someone is waiting to jump into mixed reality though, or to upgrade from Quest 1 or 2, the 3S might be the perfect device at the right price. Let's get into the device and development considerations. First, the headset itself. Performance, optics, weight and comfort, and battery. After that, I'll go into mixed reality. And finally, I'll touch on input. So, let's dive into the details about the headset itself. Let's start with performance. The Quest 3S contains the same Qualcomm Snapdragon XR2 Gen 2 and 8 GB of RAM that the Quest 3 has. Why is this important? Because these are the key details that ensure that every piece of content that is created for the Quest 3 will perform the same across the family of Quest 3 devices, both the 3 and the 3S. As a reminder, the Qualcomm Snapdragon XR2 Gen 2 platform in Quest 3 and 3S represents an increase of over 33% in CPU performance compared to the Quest 2's XR2 Gen 1 platform. On the GPU side of the equation, things are even better. The upgrade from the Adreno 650 of Quest 2 to the Adreno 740 of Quest 3 represents a significant boost, more than 200% of the GPU processing power. As for optics, this is basically the exact same optical stack as the Quest 2. You've got an 1832 by 1920, 20 pixels per degree display with a 96-degree horizontal and 90-degree vertical field of view. Just like Quest 2, you've got Fresnel lenses and the 3-stage interaxial distance, or IAD, adjustment. However, the important difference to note here is that even with the lower resolution display, the Quest 3S still uses a default eye buffer size of 1680 by 1760, just like the Quest 3. It's the same resolution display as Quest 2, but it produces graphics that look a little bit better. In terms of weight and comfort, well, I'm happy to say we've held the line here. The Quest 3S at 514 grams is 11 grams more than the Quest 2 and 1 gram less than the Quest 3. In addition, while the Quest 3S doesn't have the pancake lenses of the Quest 3, the key element that allowed us to reduce the size of the headset so much, we were able to shrink the length of the headset by 11 millimeters compared to Quest 2, making it more comfortable. Then there's the strap. The Quest 3S uses the same style strap as the Quest 3, meaning that all the strap accessories from the Quest 3, such as the Elite straps, are fully compatible with the Quest 3S. One other detail to point out while we're looking at the strap, on the right side, you'll notice there's no audio jack. You still have the built-in audio, of course, and USB headphones work as well, but there's no longer a headphone jack. Bluetooth audio is an option too, and will be even better with the low latency features coming with the upgrade to Android 14 expected sometime next year. As for the battery, the Quest 3S falls right in the middle between the Quest 2 and the Quest 3 for size. Owing primarily to the lower resolution display, we expect roughly 2.5 hours of playtime on the Quest 3S, slightly more than you can get on the Quest 3, even though the battery is a little smaller. In addition, we've also removed the proximity sensor from inside the headset on Quest 3S. If you've ever ended up with an unexpectedly empty battery because something like the headset strap got too close to the proximity sensor, you won't have that problem with Quest 3S. Now, as for mixed reality, Quest 3 and 3S have the same 4-megapixel RGB 18 ppd color pass-through cameras. These cameras are in a slightly different arrangement due to the size of the 3S's optics, but they still make for a similar quality MR experience comparable to Quest 3. One other key difference between the Quest 3 and 3S is that the Quest 3 has a hardware depth projector while the Quest 3S does not. This actually isn't as big a deal as you might think. For both the Quest 3 and the 3S, we're generating depth data when needed via software analysis of camera images. The depth projector is mainly used in room setup to generate a little more accuracy and stability on plain, untextured walls. However, with the Quest 3S, we've added a new flicker sensor light pipe design. This allows us to more accurately detect the frequency of power used by lights around you, typically 60 Hz in the US and 50 Hz in Europe, to reduce the chances of seeing light flicker during MR experiences. We've also added flood IR illuminators to Quest 3S. These are used when hand tracking is active to improve the illumination of your hands in low light situations, making hand tracking even better. In addition, one new feature on Quest 3S is the action button. Clustered with the volume controls, the action button allows you to quickly toggle between immersive content and pass-through mode more easily than the double headset tap shortcut from Quest 3. Finally, let's briefly touch on input. For controllers, the Quest 3S makes use of the same great Touch Plus controllers as Quest 3. However, it is important to note that the Touch Pro controllers do not work with the Quest 3S. With the Touch Pro controllers costing as much as the Quest 3S itself, we felt like this unlikely combination just didn't make much sense to support. Hand tracking and body tracking continue to work just like they do on the Quest 3, with the small improvement to low light hand tracking mentioned earlier. In addition, just like the Quest 3, the Quest 3S does not contain any hardware for face or eye tracking. While we feel both these technologies are important for the future, adding them to Quest 3S would have made the headset less affordable and introduced some challenges in terms of content compatibility. So, with that, we've covered all the major differences with respect to the Quest 3 and the 3S. Here's one more look at a summary of the differences. In short, all the performance of a Quest 3, paired with the optics and price of a Quest 2. So, what does this mean for developers? Well, first off, we're not splitting the content ecosystem. Everything that runs on Quest 3 also runs on Quest 3S. In fact, we're so firm in our belief here that device targeting, the functionality we added to our developer site to allow you to deliver different APKs to different headsets, just has one Quest 3 family entry that covers both the Quest 3 and the 3S. Now, within your application, you can still conditionally branch your code based on which headset your application is running on. However, we believe those situations will be few and far between. In the end, you can feel confident investing and building for a higher spec, a more capable machine. With Quest 3S, more people can experience the best version of your content. So, you might be asking yourself, now that Quest 3S is here, and I can't buy a Quest 2 anymore, should I still be developing for Quest 2? The answer is, it depends. There are quite a few Quest 2 headsets out there, and we're continuing to support it. If your title needs to reach as many people as possible for concurrency, you probably want to support Quest 2 for as long as possible. If you need the compute or mixed reality capabilities of the Quest 3 family to ensure a good experience, we recommend focusing on the Quest 3 family as your baseline minimum spec. It's really up to you to evaluate your resources and then determine the device support that makes sense for your apps. So that's Quest 3S. This headset is part of the Quest 3 family. We're not splitting the content ecosystem or creating a lot of new development work. We feel this is the right combination of price and value for both existing MR users who haven't made the jump to Quest 3 yet, and for those new to MR. In the end, it doesn't matter if you build the most compelling experience with the latest technology if people just can't access it. With the Quest 3S, you get both the latest technology and a large audience. I hope this tour of the MetaQuest 3S helped as you start considering your future development plans and support for the headset. Next up, we're going to hear from a developer who's doing magical things on the Quest 3 family of devices. Yassine Salmi of Salmi Games is going to walk us through how they maximize performance to render beautiful and optimized graphics.
One of the biggest challenges as a VR developer is constantly hitting your target frame rate. Luckily for us, almost all the VR learnings from the past decade still apply today. Now, I can't summarize all that information in 10 minutes, but I can share the best tips I know and point you in the right direction for the rest. We'll discuss why performance matters, the general trade-offs you have to make, and then share tools, tips, and practical examples. The MetaQuest 3 and 3S are incredible pieces of hardware. They are roughly 2 times more powerful than the Quest 2, and perhaps 3 to 4 times more powerful than the original Quest 1, which was released just 5 years ago. I encourage you to read last year's Best on Quest 3 post, which highlights the work of some great devs making their titles shine on the Quest 3 family. These devices give you more of everything: more computation, more shader complexity, higher texture resolution, and higher texture quality. What stood out in particular is the comments from developers of Red Matter 2. They couldn't simply rely on using their textures from PC. They had to create even higher quality assets just for the Quest 3. Now, with all that power, why does performance matter so much? 2 reasons. First, even though the chips powering a Quest 3 are similar to those in high-end phones, you still have to accomplish so much more to deliver a VR experience. You are targeting at least 72 frames per second. ideally 90 frames or even 120 if you can pull it off. And you have to render these frames twice, one for each display. Second, players will notice any inconsistent frame rate, whether consciously or not. A normal phone app that occasionally stutters when you scroll, it's annoying, but it's still usable. In VR, this is a deal breaker. In my opinion, smooth performance is an absolute prerequisite to creating a great experience. Be smooth like butter. At an extremely high level, this is an overview of the trade-offs you have to make. In the first column, these are the broad elements that define the complexity of your scene. Vertex count, texture complexity, shader complexity, particle count, and resolution. If you push on one, you may have to reduce others. And no matter what, you need to keep the number of draw calls down. In the second column, these are elements you want to be very careful including in your game. As we'll see, they are possible in the Quest 3, but you'll have to plan very carefully for them. In the final column, these are easy wins that you should absolutely try to leverage. 4-time multi-sample anti-aliasing is a must. The alpha to coverage blend technique is essential. Particles and animations are easy ways to bring your environments to life. So what can you do on the Quest 3? Well, that very much depends on which visual approach you go for. This is probably the first big decision you will have to make for your title because it impacts so many things. Let's take a look at a few examples. With our game, Sweet Surrender, we went with a very stylized and low poly approach. On the Quest 3, we pulled off expensive post-processing effects like bloom and HDR. We could afford these effects because of our low poly approach and our minimal texture usage and our extremely simple pixel shaders. This allowed us to crank up the visual effects, particles, animations, and overall output resolution. In Eye of the Temple, you can explore a complex, interconnected world with 0 loading screens. On the Quest 3, we focus our performance budget on atmospheric elements that further immerse the player. We added real-time shadows cast by your flickering torch and more texture detail wherever possible. The developers behind Brink Traveler built amazing photorealistic volumetric scenes of some of the most gorgeous real-life environments on our planet. They pushed the limit on texture quality and environmental detail to transport players to beautiful locations nearly indistinguishable from reality. These are 3 quite visually distinct titles that focused on different techniques to stand out. You have to do the same. Very broadly speaking, there are 2 general types of performance problems. The first is sustained low frame rate. This is usually quite easy to identify and address. You're simply doing too much. The second type are short performance spikes. These small stutters can quickly lead to discomfort for players. They can be harder to detect, but luckily, we have some great tools available to us. OVR Metrics is a tool developed by Meta, which every developer should install on their headsets. It's an extremely lightweight overlay that will display key performance details while you use your app. It will show the frame rate, stale frames, tears, CPU load, GPU load, and a number of other values that can quickly help you take the first steps to identify and address performance problems. If there's only one thing you take away from this talk, it's to become familiar with this tool. It will show you drops as you move around in your scene. It will tell you if the pressure is on the CPU side or on the GPU. If you turn on GPU profiling mode, it will even show you extra GPU statistics like vertex count, fill percentage, average shader ops, texture access, and cache misses, and other details that can really help you drill down. With the handy controller shortcuts available, you can easily capture screenshots and videos to make further analysis easier. Once you have identified low-performing regions of the game, you can go back to your engine on the PC to look at the rendering stats for a particular scene or location and investigate the possible causes. Here I'm sharing a screenshot from Unity's rendering statistics, which will show you at a quick glance the number of rendered vertices as well as the number of draw calls, both key values that you want to minimize. Unity can also provide individual render frame breakdowns, allowing you to step through each individual element that is being rendered in a particular frame. This is especially helpful to understand why certain elements are being batched together in a draw call or not. Other engines like Unreal and Godot also provide similar tools, and Meta provides a fork of RenderDoc that can perform the same analysis. Now, let's jump through a series of rapid-fire tips. Plan ahead. Invest time upfront to think about your visual style and performance requirements. Define your look with these constraints in mind, and keep performance in mind throughout development. I encourage you to get to your target frame rate first, and only then focus on increasing your visual quality. Remember, almost every significant change you make will have an effect. Don't hesitate to make bold adjustments and then assess their impact. Try to keep your meshes as simple as possible. Don't be afraid to remove polygons that will never be shown to players. In Sweet Surrender, our rooms are generated from preset tiles, and we added an extra step to remove the backside of walls. This seems trivial, but it reduced our polygon by 10 to 15%, giving us a few extra frames in a cheap win. Everything is a trade-off. Now, I want to reinforce this point. The Quest is a general-purpose computing device. We have to do so much in so little time each frame. Everything matters, and any significant effect has an impact. Transparency can be a big performance killer. Large particles with transparency, like smoke effects, will destroy your performance. Avoid transparency if you can, and leverage innovative techniques like alpha-to-compute blending. Don't rely on automatic culling. Overdraw can have a big performance impact. Don't simply count on your engine to hide areas that shouldn't be shown. It still has overhead costs. I encourage you to aggressively deactivate areas that shouldn't be visible to players. Here's an example of how we manually show and hide areas as you navigate the environments of Eye of the Temple. On the right is the player's view. On the left is a scene view of everything that is active. You can see areas pop in and out of existence as a player moves through the world. In Sweet Surrender, we only ever render the room you are currently in. All other rooms are disabled until the moment you enter them. Both of these techniques had a big performance impact. Particles are a great way to add life to your scene, but make sure you use them carefully, as they can also quickly impact performance. Either implement a global cap or tune each effect carefully. Finally, if you are close to your target frame rate but are struggling to reach it, look into your output resolution. Sometimes reducing the resolution by just a couple percentage points will help you reach your goals. Another useful technique to explore is foveated rendering. It comes with various trade-offs, but can lead to large performance gains. I want to wrap up by pointing you in the direction of more tools, optimization techniques, and documentation. Meta has invested heavily over the years in providing performance solutions for developers. Some of them, like Application Space Warp, can also have a huge impact. Please look into them. They may be particularly well-suited to your app. Now, as I said at the start, almost all the VR talks, advice, and techniques shared in the last 10 years are still applicable today. I have collected the most important ones at the link above. There are various topics I didn't even get a chance to touch on, like texture compression settings. The John Carmack keynotes, in particular, are a treasure trove of invaluable advice. I encourage you to investigate them, and I look forward to the next generation of Quest 3 apps.
What's up? Welcome back. We just wrapped up our MetaQuest section. We're so grateful for the insights that Yassine shared. Check out their game, Sweet Surrender, if you haven't already. And wasn't AR's tour of the new MetaQuest 3S exciting? We think this device will enable even more people to experience the potential of MR. Jisoo's session showed how valuable your feedback is. Thank you so much for sharing it with us, and keep it coming. We're always trying to make ways to make it easier for you to bring your ideas to life. Now, if you're just tuning in, I'm Katrina, your host for today, and I'm so thrilled you're here. We have viewers from all around the globe. Be sure, drop in the comments and share what exciting projects that you're working on right now. Let's connect and share inspiration. All right, so we've been playing some trivia, and it's time to reveal the answer to our second quiz question. I know you're dying to know the answer. It's foxes. Here's a little-known tidbit of crazy meta lore. Our campus is actually a certified wildlife habitat, and there's a group here dedicated to documenting sightings of our fox families. And now, changing gears to our third quiz question. What year did Meta launch its first AI-powered product? And bonus question if you know which product it was. Was it 2006, 2010, 2012, or 2016? Drop your best guess into the comments, and we'll let you know the answer later. Okay, so next, we're diving into our growth section, where you'll find inspiration, tools for creation, and ways to grow your business with Meta Horizon. This section includes 4 sessions that will showcase product launches, new technologies, and partner stories. You'll learn how to unlock more possibilities by bringing 2D apps to Horizon, as we support progressive web apps like WebXR, Android Native, or our newly announced Meta Spatial SDK. This tool will make it easy to extend 2D apps into immersive environments. Then we'll hear an inspiring story from Jack Southard, who is part of our Horizon Start program. He's the co-creator of Yeep's Hide and Seek, which became one of the fastest growing social VR games out there, with hundreds of thousands of users. And finally, we'll talk about some really important changes that we've made to open up the Meta Horizon store. We'll also show you how you can use our distribution, discoverability, and self-service tools to grow your audience. This section is all about growth. Let's get right into it.
When you put on a MetaQuest, you get immersed into amazing experiences. But at the same time, you might miss a notification when your phone buzzes in your pocket. It's the power of those 2D apps that help you stay connected with your friends and content. And now, we have some exciting announcements for mobile developers to combine the magic of those apps with mixed reality. Let's start by looking at how all of our 2D features work together to create a powerful multi-task setup. Now, whether you're working on a term paper, sending an email, or just finishing up some work, having a lot of desktop space helps you keep everything in view. With Remote Desktop, you can have the best multi-monitor setup wherever you are, with up to 3 high-quality movable panels, even if your physical computer only has 1. We're also working with Microsoft to make it even easier to connect your MetaQuest to Windows 11 PCs. Look for a preview coming later this year. Okay, once you're done with your work, you just want to sit back and relax. And after a long day of standing and sitting, sometimes you just want to lie down. So we sat back and thought to ourselves, why not let people just do that with their MetaQuest? With lie down mode, you can put your panels right on your ceiling with a simple recenter to make yourself more comfortable. While you're relaxing, multiple panels can be useful too. We've unlocked the ability for you to open up to 6 apps at once and move those panels freely around your space. You can watch a video on YouTube VR, stay connected on WhatsApp, and check your Instagram feed, all at the same time, or just focus on one. And since we've added spatial audio to panels, you'll know which app is pinging you without having to look at it. And speaking of audio, with background audio and a new media control bar, you can listen to your music anywhere you go in MR. When you start a song and minimize the app, you'll get quick access to play, pause, and skip controls right from the pause menu. If you want to go back to the app, you can simply click the album art to restore it. You're all caught up now, but what if you want to just focus? Watching video has never been better on MetaQuest. At the top of every panel, you can engage theater mode that will expand it onto a massive screen. You're in full control. You can control your environment lights to focus on what you're watching, and if the picture isn't big enough, you can drag the corners to fill up your entire field of view. Since we launched Xbox Cloud Gaming on MetaQuest, the reception has been fantastic. With an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate membership, a supported controller, and a high-speed internet connection, you can access hundreds of titles in the Game Pass library right from your headset. You can take a huge virtual screen everywhere you go, no console or TV required. And since launch, we've reduced on-device latency by 30% so you can game away with minimal lag. Okay, we've covered multi-panel and focus and home, but even when you're in transit, MetaQuest can be your portable entertainment hub. If you're like me, you get tired of squinting to watch those little TVs on a plane. Travel mode lets you take your MetaQuest with you wherever you might be traveling. On select airlines and Wi-Fi providers, you can watch TV shows from the in-flight entertainment, or watch downloaded movies on your own large, private screen without disturbing your neighbors. Later this fall, we'll be releasing travel mode for trains, which will make the same feature available for commuters and travelers alike. It used to be that when you're playing a game, you'd have to pause to open a 2D app. And then, in order to keep playing, you'd have to unpause and lose access to that app. Seamless multitasking means you don't have to choose. You can move back and forth seamlessly between your game and 2D app, which opens up a whole new range of possibilities, like keeping an eye on your messages while waiting for everyone to get online, keeping track of the score while you're playing, or keeping a guide open while you're leading the party into a dungeon delve. If you need even more help, you can now phone a friend. With remote casting, you can cast your point of view to a friend on a WhatsApp, Messenger, or, coming soon, a Horizon call, the same way you might cast to a TV locally. This is so helpful if you're trying to guide a friend who is lost, or show off a new game to your buddies. This is available for any third-party developer to integrate into their apps, which will appear automatically once added. Now, these panel features change the game and how people can use their MetaQuest. But we think this also opens up massive possibilities for mobile developers. That's why I'm pleased to announce that starting today, any developer can submit a 2D app to our store. All you need to do is sign up for a developer account through developers.meta.com/Horizon and submit your app. You'll have access to the same developer tools, such as early access, A/B testing, and analytics, and we'll be launching an Android 2D version of our platform SDK later this year, with support for service integrations like in-app purchases. When I play games with my brothers in mixed reality, we're rarely just gaming. We're swapping stories, sending links, and looking for new things to try. I know we're not alone. 30% of monthly users open at least one app on top of their games to message their friends or check a guide. Almost half of monthly active users access the browser, which makes it the most used app on all of MetaQuest. As developers, this gives you an opportunity to bring more apps from the phone into MetaQuest and engage with people in new ways. Since HorizonOS is branched from Android, it's incredibly easy to get started. Most Android 2D apps will work well with minimal modification, and in fact, all of our own system apps are written with the same React Native we use on Facebook and Instagram. You use the same development toolchain as with the phone, and just push the build to a MetaQuest in developer mode to verify it's working. If you're a web developer, our Chromium-based browser already works well with most websites, and you can package up a progressive web app in just a few minutes. Quest 3 sales are outpacing our expectations. We have a massive core gaming audience, but also emerging populations using their headsets for new use cases like virtual offices, hangout spaces, and media rooms. With the affordability of the MetaQuest 3S, the MetaQuest family of devices is accessible to a wide audience of people who are looking to get more out of their device every day. And let me be clear, you have the opportunity to define what that future looks like. We launch new updates every month, but it's ultimately app developers who bring amazing new ideas to life. What's more, with the new Meta Spatial SDK and WebXR, you can easily take your 2D apps and extend them, adding immersive features whenever you're ready for it. This year, we've launched new ways to multitask, consume media, and stay connected wherever you go, both virtually and physically. You can sign up for a developer account and read more on our developer site. And coming up next, you'll be able to learn more about extending 2D apps with spatial features and finding success on our store. So now, with the magic of 2D apps and MR and the ability to launch on the store, you have all the power you need to let your apps shine on Quest.
As you've heard, we are opening the Meta HorizonOS platform and making it accessible to more developers. The majority of content available on Meta Horizon today is built using game engines. This has resulted in a thriving ecosystem, but one that leans heavily towards games. Today, we want to welcome mobile developers to build for Meta Horizon using Meta Spatial SDK and usher in a new wave of apps and experiences for Quest users. Hi, I'm Mike Armstrong, the tech lead for Meta Spatial SDK. Meta Spatial SDK is a new way to build spatial experiences for Meta HorizonOS, and I'm very excited to show you what we've been working on. Meta Spatial SDK lets you combine the rich ecosystem of Android development and the unique capabilities of MetaQuest via accessible APIs. It is Kotlin-based, allowing you to use the mobile development languages, tools, and libraries you're already familiar with. Whether you're an established company, startup, or individual, you can build completely new immersive apps, or take your existing mobile app and extend it by adding spatial features. Mobile developers can quickly build their front end using their favorite 2D UI framework combined with our 3D capabilities. These apps can be built on top of established mobile backend services and libraries, enabling companies to quickly and scalably build for Quest using their existing engineering talent and resources. With Spatial SDK, MetaQuest devices become another form factor in your mobile development process rather than a completely new technology stack. Let's take a look at some apps built with Meta Spatial SDK that show the capabilities and features of the framework. MetaQuest TV is our popular media app, which can be used as a media viewer for a growing number of users capturing immersive content, such as 180, 360, and spatial media. HMDs are the best way to view this content. The MQTV team leveraged the Meta Spatial SDK to build a custom immersive player to run alongside their existing app. This enabled a richer viewing experience for spatial videos and panoramas that let users relive the moment. MQTV is a hybrid app. That means it takes advantage of both the multitasking panel state and the fully immersive state to offer its users the best viewing experience based on the content type. Next, we have our Focus Showcase app. Focus is an open source reference app that shows developers how to build a productivity app using the new Meta Spatial SDK. Infinite screens is one of the most compelling experiences in mixed reality. The Focus app demonstrates how developers can leverage their favorite 2D UI framework to build interactive windows from navigating web views to inputting text and images. These elements are positioned optimally in 3D environments that transport you to another world or fixed relative to your actual world. An app like Focus shows how developers can utilize mobile capabilities they are familiar with and combine them with Quest platform functionality via intuitive metaspatial APIs to build the perfect spatial experience. Now let's jump over to the GeoVoyage Showcase app. The GeoVoyage app shows developers how to build apps that leverage modern 3D graphics and blend them into the real world with mixed reality capabilities. Create realistic 3D assets using our extensive GLTF 3D model support that includes image-based lighting, physically based rendering, animation, and more. Additionally, custom shaders give you the flexibility and control to create the visual experience you desire. You can place this vibrant virtual content into the real world and have it blend seamlessly into the environment with our MR capabilities. Metaspatial SDK supports key MR features including pass-through, scenes, anchors, and our mixed reality utility kit library. By combining these capabilities together, you can build engaging mixed reality experiences like GeoVoyage. As I mentioned earlier, Metaspatial SDK is additive to the existing mobile ecosystem, and you can leverage all of it to build a truly unique experience for Quest. This includes new innovations within the mobile ecosystem, such as AI tools, CV libraries, and new immersive content like G-Splats. For instance, both the Focus and the GeoVoyage Showcase leverage common AI libraries to enhance the experience. Check the open source code to see how simple it is to add AI capabilities to your Metaspatial SDK app. You saw some great examples of apps built with Metaspatial SDK, and I want to highlight some of those key capabilities. We already touched on 2D UI, modern graphics, and mixed reality features. In addition to those core capabilities, Metaspatial SDK supports physics, stereo, spatial audio, performant panels, and inputs including controllers, hands, and keyboard. By building those capabilities into the core of the SDK, we are looking to simplify the work of the developer to create a spatial experience. Of course, the current capabilities are not the end. We'll use the flexible architecture to expand the range of support over subsequent releases. Efficient workflows are a vital part of the mobile development experience today, and Metaspatial SDK is no different. Use the tools you are familiar with, such as Android Studio, and for Quest-specific development, you can use our existing suite of tools, including our optimized profiling tools such as RenderDoc, OVR Metrics, and MetaQuest Developer Hub for desktop development. We know that iteration is important for all developers, and we are supporting hot reloading to quickly view changes to assets. And 3D development can be complicated, so we created a new Scene Composer tool to help you easily lay out and organize your 3D assets. Metaspatial Editor is our new spatial composition tool that lets you easily import, organize, and transform your assets into visual compositions and export them into Metaspatial SDK apps without the need for code. We released the Metaspatial SDK earlier this year to select developers of all different backgrounds to test and build. The feedback from these developers helped us fine-tune the product samples and documentation and ensure they were high quality before going broader. We found that even those without a background in XR were able to rapidly prototype and create new immersive experiences, especially with the help of our new visual spatial composition tool, Metaspatial Editor. Teams of engineers and designers were able to quickly pull on their existing expertise to collaborate and build a variety of immersive apps that span different categories, from productivity and media to lifestyle and social. The possibilities keep growing. Both Metaspatial SDK and Metaspatial Editor are available today in open beta. To start building with Metaspatial SDK today, follow this QR code to access our comprehensive documentation, API references, and samples. You'll also find our code labs to help you get started with step-by-step instructions. To accelerate your Metaspatial SDK development, You can find the open source showcase apps on our GitHub page, linked in our documentation. You can publish your Meta Spatial SDK app on Meta Horizon Store today. I'm very excited to see what you all build, and I can't wait to try your apps.
Yeeps is one of the most popular and fastest growing social VR games out there, and it wouldn't exist without the Horizon Start program. My game dev journey began 9 years ago when I met Nathan in freshman year of high school. We bonded over our shared love for building in Scratch, Minecraft, and Little Big Planet. But ultimately, we aspired to make more complex games and made it our mission to learn Unity. We didn't know anyone else making games, so we learned the best we could by jumping into the deep end, writing bad code, and constantly Googling. We spent the next couple years building a series of simple flat-screen games together, each one better and more ridiculous than the last. It was challenging, though, as every problem we faced for the first time on our own. But by feeding off of each other's excitement, we stayed motivated. Our lives changed when we discovered VR in 2018. I had just gotten an Oculus Rift, and I was blown away by the magic of early games like Beat Saber and Superhot. We quickly realized that building a VR game in Unity was not technically harder than a mobile or PC game, so we threw together a simple prototype. And once we immersed ourselves in a digital world we had created, we knew we could never build a flat-screen game again. However, we were still just two kids who knew nothing about the VR market, other game developers, or the numerous unique design challenges that come with building for VR. But we did what we knew best and hacked together another ridiculous game, Overboard, which we launched on Steam VR to a tiny audience. The game's trailer posted on Reddit was enough to gain the attention of Rita, who ran the Horizon Start program, and she invited us to participate. Again, our lives changed. The START program scored us invites to MetaConnect 2019, and we skipped the first week of college to attend. For the first time, we were surrounded by other VR game developers who were equally as passionate about building for this new medium. It inspired us to dream big, and we made it our goal to launch a game on the Meta Horizon store. We still felt like kids, though, now more than ever. It seemed like all the developers in the ecosystem had years of professional experience with multiple titles under their belts. However, we realized some things. First, that there were plenty of other new developers taking the leap of faith into VR with us. And being surrounded by developers is a great thing. Before, we struggled immensely tackling each problem alone. Now, we had direct connections to people who had already solved them and were willing to help. App Lab, now early access, had just released and was the perfect place to build our next game and grow its community at the same time. We iterated rapidly for 9 months, leveraging a constant stream of feedback from our players, before reaching out to Rita and telling her we were ready to make our store pitch. The START program advocated for us, and after a few weeks of nail-biting, Gods of Gravity was approved for the store. It launched in January of 2023, and we had achieved our goal. But we were a long way from done. Gods of Gravity and its tight-knit community showed us the power of free social VR games. We had made a million mistakes along the way, but we had learned from all of them. In March of 2024, we launched our second title, Yeeps Hide and Seek, a free social VR game with a focus on playful, block-based building. Since then, it has risen to the 5th most reviewed game on the store with a 4.9 star average. Now, we feed off the immense excitement from the Yeeps community to continue our hard work and add more great content to the game we love. anyone can make a hit VR game. You don't need a large team, AAA budget, or even professional industry experience. We loved following the progress of other emerging developers in the program and monitored the Start Discord server constantly for the images and videos they would post. We even participated in a game jam, which brought the whole community together as we all scrambled to bring our ideas to life in a mere 2 weeks. The program also fought hard for features like in-app purchases to become available for App Lab developers. As someone who's built exclusively free-to-play games, we would not have survived without this change. And I am very grateful that the START program continues to give smaller developers a voice to influence the larger ecosystem. Beyond that, the program provides numerous resources like dev kits, access to MetaConnect, technical support, and even early access to platform features. It was all of these things that supported us for years on our journey. It was the critical bridge that took us from 2 kids with a dream of making video games to seasoned industry professionals with a top 10 title under our belt. So, if you love building for VR as much as I do, please apply to the START program. And if you're already a member, I encourage you to make the most of it by engaging with the START community. Simple things like commenting on other developers' posts in Discord and posting your own progress updates go a long way. And to get to the next level, leverage early access to find the fun as fast as possible. The tighter your feedback loop is with your community, the more successful your game will be. But wherever you are in your own game development journey, find your inspiration and never stop building. I can't wait to see what you create.
Aim is to make the Meta Horizon Store the destination that unlocks your success by enabling growth and discovery of your content. My name is Mansi Mehrotra, and I'm the product manager for the Meta Horizon Store. Our team is dedicated to ensuring developers have the tools to manage and grow their business easily while enabling consumers to easily find and discover the content you bring to our ecosystem. Let's start at the beginning. Earlier in our Quest journey, we more closely steered and managed our store catalog in order to support developers and consumers. While our goal remains the same, as we have grown, we have steadily opened opportunities to create content for the ecosystem, like with the creation of App Lab. Then, on April 22nd, Meta announced our open mixed reality ecosystem, making it easier to create a new ecosystem of mixed reality devices and making it even easier for developers to build mixed reality apps that can reach a wide audience via the Meta Horizon Store. We are building a new evolution of the Meta Horizon Store to better serve developers and consumers by providing you more tools than ever to build your app and business. We are evolving the Horizon Store so that you can grow your business with more types of content to our platform, like 2D apps, spatialized content, and hybrid apps. Let's jump into what the Meta Horizon Store looks like now. We have multiple combinations of shelves for consumers to discover content, such as top lists, top selling of the week, recommended collections that are personalized for the user, browse all views, and curated collections, all that contain your VR MR titles, Meta Horizon Worlds, spatial apps, and 2D apps. Now let's jump into some of the great tools you can leverage throughout your journey, from build to pre-release to post-launch. Early access is a new path you can use to launch your app. Early access apps show up in the Meta Horizon store like fully published apps. Consumers no longer have to navigate to different destinations to find early access style content. Early access includes badges that let consumers know that you're still developing your app, but it is a great time for them to engage early and give feedback. Consumers will see the badge on your app's product detail page, signaling that your title is early access. When you're ready to release your full production app, you can remove the early access badging and notices. Reviews received while in early access will still show in your reviews, but we will indicate to users that those reviews were received during your early access period. We've made early access available to any developer building out a new app or apps that are in progress, meaning you haven't shipped your app to the store yet. You can mark your app as early access via the app submission page in Developer Dashboard. When you're ready to release your full production version of your app, you can turn off early access and display it as a regular app on the store. If you've already published an app to the store, you are no longer able to turn this on. You can also leverage our Coming Soon and Pre-Order pages to start generating interest early while your app is still in development. Coming Soon gets your product details page out to the public so you can start generating interest from potential consumers. You can launch your Coming Soon page up to 180 days before your app goes live. You can also enable pre-orders or pre-purchases up to 90 days before your app goes live. Customers that pre-purchase your app will have it right in their library as soon as you launch. In addition to enabling you to bring content under development to the Meta Horizon store, an open ecosystem also means that we'll have more content for consumers to browse and explore. So, it's more critical than ever that you put your best foot forward to be discoverable and searchable. To do that, make sure you take the time to go through your genre and subgenres to select the appropriate categories that consumers will use to find you. To further bolster your reach and convert more consumers, we also highly suggest giving consumers a glimpse of your app with immersive 360 previews. This allows consumers to get a feel for your app from your product detail page without having to purchase or even download anything. An additional way to reach and convert more consumers is by addressing international markets. You can localize your app in additional languages and offer local pricing. When consumers open up an app on the Meta Horizon store, they expect apps to run well, for input to be uniform, for the content to be safe and secure, and more. We developed our virtual reality checks, VRCs, to help address these and help you build high-quality apps. VRCs are divided into categories of evaluation. This includes assets that accompany your app's performance, its function, how it handles input, and its privacy and security. You must pass all required VRCs, and whenever possible, strive to meet or exceed the recommended VRCs. Exceeding VRCs may improve your discoverability in the store. Beyond our core VRCs, we also want to make sure that we're putting content in front of consumers that engages them, keeps them in MR and VR longer, and gets them to come back. Make sure you're capturing your app's best qualities and features on your product details page to attract the right kind of consumers. To help you make great assets and descriptions for your app on the product detail page, we've built A/B testing that is available to all developers that lets you test different assets on your PDP, like cover art, video trailers, descriptions, screenshots, and immersive layers. You can start A/B testing today on your assets to maximize for user acquisition. We have additional A/B testing you can also leverage for pricing. This is a great way to test how user demand reacts to different price points and can help you convert more consumers. We've built in great tools that can also help convert consumers who are on the fence about purchasing your app and turn them into customers. In addition to the ones already mentioned, we have Meta Open Sales or promotion enrollment. These tools will allow you to promote and discount your app, which will also enable it to show up in additional sections of the Meta Horizon store. We also offer Try Before You Buy. This is a great way to offer consumers a way to try your app for 15 to 30 minutes, increasing their confidence to then purchase your app. There are additional new monetization models you can now leverage that support your business. This includes subscriptions and add-on content. Subscriptions can now be used to generate recurring revenue that can support your content, fund continued improvements, or even cover various service costs associated with your app. Add-on content is now available to all Meta Horizon Store developers. Add-on content can be set up as either in-app purchases or downloadable content, giving you more options to both build great experiences and monetize. We just launched Metrics Benchmarks, a new tool available for all apps in the Meta Horizon Store. Benchmarks helps you gauge your app's performance compared to other apps on the platform. It's a great way to assess and prioritize the areas of improvement for your app. We've continued to develop analytics that provide you details on your app's performance, like installs, active users, revenue, time spent, ratings, and more. And you can now trigger alerts for various analytics, helping you respond faster than ever to changes in your app's performance. We're excited about this journey to our new and open Meta Horizon Store. As we continue to evolve and grow, our goal remains the same: to provide developers with the tools they need to succeed while putting great content in front of consumers that will keep them excited and coming back to Meta Horizon. We appreciate your partnership on this journey as we continue to build the future together.
Welcome back, everyone. How are you enjoying MetaConnect so far? Let me know in the comments. Now, we've just come off an incredible few sessions on ways developers can grow their business on Meta Horizon. And let me just say, I found it pretty inspiring. Now, I don't know about you, but I can't wait to try travel mode on my next flight. And we are super proud to unveil our new Meta Spatial SDK to make it even easier for you to join our ecosystem. And how about Jack's story about Yeeps? It was a great example of how developers are growing their business on Quest. Shout out to my colleagues who run the Horizon Start program, who are enabling new developers to succeed every day. Seeing the strides that we're making as a community and how we're scaling together is amazing. Let's give a virtual round of applause for everyone out there making it happen. Now, before we dive into our next topic, it's time to reveal the answer to our quiz question. The correct answer is 2006. That's right. This was when Facebook introduced our AI-enabled feed for the very first time. As you can see, AI has been part of our DNA for years. Speaking of which, let's turn our focus to one of the most meaningful shifts happening right now in tech: artificial intelligence. From enabling people to be more creative, to fueling the most innovative products in our ecosystem, Llama is at the core of it all. If you haven't already, you can try out our Meta AI search tool on Facebook and Instagram in select countries, as well as our AI assistant on our Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses. Now, I'm not just saying this because I work here, but I'm absolutely obsessed with my Ray-Ban Metas. Whether it's checking the weather hands-free or capturing videos of my son Keon playing soccer without having to take out my phone, I just can't get enough. Okay, kicking off our AI section, we've got Llama 101, our open source large language model. This session, hosted by Chaya Nayak, will explore the capabilities and potential applications of Llama, and most importantly, the community that we're building around it. And if you're curious about how Meta's technologies are built using these powerful models, stick around for Christine Awad. She's got the inside scoop on how we're integrating AI to push the boundaries of what's possible. Now, before we kick off our AI sessions, time for our last quiz question. Here's a fun one. After the announcement of MetaQuest 3S and the new Llama models this year, what innovations will come out of next year's Connect? Drop your answer in the comments. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll reveal the correct one later. So get ready, because the future is now, and it's all happening here at MetaConnect. Let's jump into AI.
Hey there, Llama lovers. I'm Chaya, a certified Llama Wrangler, aka product manager. And I'm thrilled to share the latest from our Llama herd. Over the past year, our herd has grown with the arrival of Llama 3, a new generation of state-of-the-art models. Today, I'll take you on a tour of our herd, and I'll showcase a few things. One, our open pasture approach. There are no cages here. We let our llamas roam free, fostering collaboration and innovation. Two, the llama herd's harmonious hum. I'll share how our models work together in perfect unison to support your generative AI needs. And three, safe grazing practices, where you'll learn how our herd ensures your products provide a secure and enjoyable experience for your community. Okay, enough with the amazing puns. A key differentiator of Llama, other than having the best product name ever, is the fact that we are taking an open approach to developing Llama. This open approach has been a core part of our philosophy from the very start. For developers, open access to Llama 3 means freedom to innovate, experiment, and push boundaries. For Meta, we believe that a stronger ecosystem makes our herd stronger. By sharing our technology, we're fostering collaboration, driving progress, and accelerating AI advancements. And for the world, this means faster innovation and global growth of impact of generative AI products and experiences. And together with Llama, we're unlocking new possibilities and really shaping the future of AI. Our partners agree that our focus on open source breeds both stronger models and a healthy and flourishing ecosystem. Over the last year, since we open sourced Llama 2, we have a community with hundreds of partners and have seen over 300 million downloads. The most exciting part of this growth and adoption is the recipes and the innovations that we are seeing from the community every single day. To support the diverse needs of the Llama community, we are building many Llama models that can be used as a system to create efficient and optimized experiences for all of your needs. Unlike our competitors, Llama offers options. From pre-trained or aligned models and various sizes to fit your use cases, compute, or infrastructure constraints, these models can really work in tandem to support all of your needs. This year, we introduced upgraded 8B and 70B parameter models featuring multilingual support, a longer context length of 128,000, state-of-the-art tool use, and enhanced reasoning capabilities. These capabilities make Llama ideal for advanced use cases like long-form text summarization, multilingual conversational agents, and even coding assistance. And with our new licensing terms, developers can now use Llama model outputs, including our 405B model, to improve other models. With Llama, you both get flexibility and you get control. True to our commitment to open source, we've made these models available to the community for download at llama.meta.com and on Hugging Face. They're also available on our broad ecosystem of partner platforms. We also open-sourced our state-of-the-art model, Llama 405B. Our pre-trained model, Llama 3.1 405B, was trained on over 15 trillion tokens using 16,000 H100 GPUs. With a standard decoder-only transformer architecture and improved data quality, Llama 3.1 405B absolutely sets a new standard. Our fine-tuned models undergo multiple rounds of alignment using supervised fine-tuning, rejection sampling, and direct preference optimization. And we generate high-quality synthetic data and ensure balanced data quality across all of our capabilities. For the average developer, we understand that using an AI model at the scale of the 405B model is quite challenging. While it's an incredibly powerful model, we recognize that it requires significant compute resources and expertise to work with. And we know that not every partner really has that expertise. So we've spoken to the community and we realize that there's so much more to generative AI development than just prompting models. And we really want to enable everyone to get the most out of this 405B model. This is where the Llama ecosystem can really help. developers can take advantage of all the advanced capabilities of the 405B model and start building immediately. Developers can also explore advanced workflows like easy-to-use synthetic data generation, follow turnkey directions for model distillation, and enable seamless RAG solutions with partners from AWS, NVIDIA, and Databricks. Additionally, Grok has optimized low-latency inference for cloud deployments, with Dell achieving similar optimizations as on-prem systems. In addition to these models, you can also bring together all of our offerings with the Llama system. Llama models were always intended to work as a part of an overall system that can orchestrate across several components, including calling external tools. Our vision is to go beyond the foundation models to give developers access to a broader system that gives them the flexibility to design and create custom offerings that align with their vision. This thinking started last year when we first introduced the incorporation of components outside of the core LLM. We're also starting to work with industry startups and the broader community to define standardized interfaces for building toolchain components and agentic applications. We've released a request for comment on GitHub to seek feedback to improve our proposal. And that brings us to the last key component of the Llama herd, how we keep the herd safe. In addition to our models, we've also invested in open source trust and safety tools that protect the herd out in the field. Before we release a model, we take a careful look at its potential risks. We start by analyzing the training data to make sure it's representative of all the demographics, so our model doesn't perpetuate harmful stereotypes. Next, we put our model to the test, evaluating its performance against benchmarks to see if it produces harmful outputs. If we identify any issues, then we fine-tune the model to reduce this risk of harm. This might, for instance, involve training it on more diverse data sets. But our work doesn't stop there. We put our fine-tuned model through a rigorous process called red teaming, where we simulate real-world scenarios to see how it performs. This gives our product teams the insights and data they need to make any additional adjustments to ensure the model is safe and effective. This process is really iterative, and we keep refining the model until we're confident in its readiness for release. And we're not just stopping at fine-tuning models for safety. We're also introducing a comprehensive safety system that empowers everyone to harness the full potential of our models while minimizing risk. With the latest release of Llama 3, we've made a significant breakthrough by integrating reference systems, which enables our model to perform complex tasks autonomously. Our system-level safety framework is designed to proactively identify and mitigate potential threats, giving developers the confidence to deploy generative AI responsibly. This framework is tailored to specific use cases and aligns with our responsible use guide, ensuring that developers have the tools they need to deploy robust and reliable safeguards. But that's not all. We're committed to fostering responsible deployment and innovation through our Open Trust and Safety Initiative. We're making our safety solutions, from evaluations to system safeguards, available as open source resources so that our community can benefit from our expertise and also work together to create a safer and more responsible AI ecosystem. And that wraps it up for today. We've chatted about our amazing llama herd that is raised in an open pasture, works together as a herd to build something greater than just one llama can produce, and also leverages tools to keep the herd safe. Thank you for taking the time to learn about our herd today. And over the coming year, you should really stay tuned because we're constantly innovating and adding more models and system components to our offerings. In addition, with the vibrant llama community, there are always innovations that are added to our existing herd daily. And that's really the beauty of open source. You should really scan this QR code to get regular updates on Llama. And we're so excited to have you join the Llama community and help us to continue to grow our herd.
Hello, my name is Christine Awad, and I'm a Senior Director of Engineering here at Meta, working in the generative AI space. Today, I'm excited to be here to talk about how Meta uses our state-of-the-art Llama models to build and iterate on our products. Llama models are approaching 350 million downloads to date, more than 10x the downloads compared to this time last year. And they were downloaded more than 20 million times in the last month alone, making Llama the leading open source model family. I'm excited to be highlighting two products that are built using Llama models, Meta AI and AI Studio. Meta AI is on track to be the world's most used assistant by end of 2024. And it's already used in many countries and languages, and soon will be available in multiple new modalities as well. We also recently announced AI Studio, which is available in the US and enable creators to create creator AIs, which is an extension of themselves, as well as AI characters based on their interests. To start, we will focus on Meta AI. Just to give you an idea about the user experience, I'll focus on the key entry points where users can access Meta AI today. The most common entry point is Meta AI messaging thread on WhatsApp, Messenger, and Instagram Direct. You can also invoke Meta AI in an existing group chat to get recommendations, how to advise, creative inspiration, or to simply settle debates with your friends. We integrated Meta AI into search across our family of apps, making search more intuitive, conversational, and useful, while still delivering on existing search functionality. You can also, in Facebook feed, see a contextual experience where Meta AI shows underneath a post with prompts suggested by our AI. This enables users to explore and learn more about a topic based on the posts they see on their feed. Meta AI launched at Connect last year, and we have substantially improved its capabilities across our family of apps with the Llama 3 model. Meta AI is also available on Ray-Ban Meta smart glasses and on MetaQuest in the US and Canada. We have also recently launched the largest model from the Llama 3 model family of 405B parameters that marks the most capable LLM model serving in production today. Llama 3.1 405B is our most advanced model with flexibility, control, and state-of-the-art capabilities that rival the best closed-source models. Try Llama 3.1 405B in the US on WhatsApp and at Meta.ai by asking a challenging math or coding question. On the technical side, we use a combination of rejection sampling, direct preference optimization, and constrained generative policy optimization to fine-tune our production LLM. The flywheel is an effective lever today for improving Meta AI's response quality. It is extremely efficient in helping Meta AI learn and improve for priority jobs to be done, including recommendations, writing, and support. In particular, for longer multi-turn and more complex prompts. We also leverage the flywheel to mitigate key failure scenarios about Meta AI's capabilities and language mismatches. AI assistants are evolving beyond simple text chatbots to being able to solve complex tasks across research, tutoring, and productivity. These tasks often involve multiple steps, planning, tool use, interaction with the user, and sophisticated reasoning capabilities. Last year, we introduced the Meta AI Orchestrator to enable plugin capability when Llama 2 was primarily a text completion model. Limitations of the previous architecture included not being able to support deep research use cases that require multiple searches, not being able to support blending of the results from multiple tools natively, and not interweaving multiple tools in a multi-step manner. The future of generative AI is for foundational models to be able to take multiple steps to reason, decide, and act to achieve goals, leveraging tools, resources, and data to interact with the world. Meta AI is now multilingual with our existing launches and is also evolving to be multimodal with multimodal inputs and outputs. Next, I'll go into more details about AI Studio. This past July, we also launched AI Studio in the US. AI Studio is a destination where anyone can create an AI character based on their interests, and creators can build an AI extension of themselves. With AI characters, you can harness the power of generative AI to create a conversational agent that's limited only by your imagination. If you want, you can then share this AI character with your friends and the world so that anyone can have conversations with it. And if you're already an established creator, creator AIs let you create an AI version of yourself that can carry on one-on-one conversations with your audience members at scale, saving you many hours. Your custom AI can now reply to incoming direct messages, giving your fans a new interactive experience, all based on your own content. Let's dive into some of the specifics of what we do to make creator AIs work. A central challenge for developing AI representations for creators is ensuring generated answers are faithful to creator style, content, and unique brand safety standards. Our retrieval-based creator AIs incorporate posts, comments, and stories from the creator to return representative responses in both factuality and style. In addition, due to the fact that our system is retrieval-based, creators can also add custom facts and correct sample conversation turns with their creator AI to augment their existing content on the platform, tailoring it according to their needs without any need to retrain our LLM. As part of the AI Studio experience, you can also create AI characters. We aim to empower anyone to create high-quality, customized AIs in a simple and intuitive way, whether they are a novice or an expert. To achieve this, we developed a rich creation system for AI characters built on top of Llama. Our creation flow requires the user to provide a name of the character and a short description. We then use our models to enhance the character's personality by expanding upon the short description and generating an embellished character prompt that includes important fields, such as the AI character's avatar, instructions, background story, and example dialogue. Users can get inspired by the results and make further edits to the AI character to truly make it their own. This no-code approach to creating AI characters allows users to unleash their creativity and bring their ideas to life without any technical barrier. The main building block for our AI Studio product is Meta's very own Llama model. We need the model for AI characters and creator AIs to play the role of any fictional character, where interactions are not only engaging, but also adhere to complex and layered instructions given by creators that are specific to each character's persona. To address this, we enhance the Llama model's steerability and conversation quality through multiple rounds of supervised fine-tuning and reinforcement learning from human feedback. These model improvements are guided by a diverse set of evaluation metrics, including instruction following, safety, style, helpfulness, and interesting conversations, to ensure our model meets the nuanced demands of each role effectively. Sometimes, a user's question is best answered by surfacing relevant video from the creator or sending out endorsed links, instead of answering simply with text. This makes the AI sound more natural and more similar to the real creator, while providing creator value exchange in return. To achieve this, we fine-tuned our model to understand content shared by the creator on Instagram and enable the model to reason about which pieces of content are relevant to the user's question and whether or not surfacing the video or link is the best action for a given user's question. Hopefully, this gives you a sense of how we have built our Meta AI and AI Studio products on top of the Llama models. We can't wait to see what this community does with the Llama family of models. We hope they will inspire innovation across the broader community to make inference and fine-tuning of models of this scale easier and enable the next wave of research and products. Beyond that, make sure to check out the products we talked about today, prompt Meta AI, or build a few characters yourself. Thank you.
Wow, I cannot believe how many developers have adopted our Llama models over the past year. You know, this is a really pivotal moment for developers who are building the next wave of technology. Christine showed us how we're using Llama to build our own technologies. And hopefully, Chaya's introduction to our open approach with Llama gave you a peek into how open source fuels creativity. Do you have any ideas on how to leverage Llama? Drop it in the comments. We would love to hear from you. And that wraps up our day at MetaConnect 2024. We've explored new horizons in mixed reality, unlocked the full potential of Quest, learned how to grow within the Meta Horizon ecosystem, and explored the next frontier of Llama, Meta's open source AI model. A massive, massive thank you to all of our speakers and everyone who participated, especially all of you joining from all around the world today. Your energy and enthusiasm made this event truly, truly special. If you'd like to rewatch any of the sessions you saw today, they'll be available on Meta for Developers YouTube channel. Oh, and by the way, for our last question, what innovations will we be revealing at the next Connect? Of course, you're going to have to tune in next year to find out. Thanks for playing along. Until next time, keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Stay connected, stay inspired, and we'll see you at the next MetaConnect. Have a great day, everyone.